So yes, the OEDIT, or the Office of Economic Development and International Trade. So this is the item about the interagency agreement between CDOT and OEDIT. So there's been no action after this, this item. The TC will be asked to approve this tomorrow morning. So for a little background on this, in February of this year, the board, the HPD board and the Transportation Commission expressed concern about HPD's acquisition of the Burnham Yard and all the risk as an agency we're taking on in regards to the acquisition. Response to those concerns, CDOT and HPD, at the governor's request, started working with peer agencies like OEDIT to mitigate CDOT's risks and responsibilities. To that end, OEDIT, or the Office of Economic Development and International Trade, will reimburse CDOT for half of the prepaid rent. On April 15th, HPD and CDOT presented to the OEDIT's Economic Development Commission, or the EDC, and asked them to earmark $7.5 million from their strategic reserve fund, which they approved. The EDC tomorrow as well will approve this exact same intra-agency agreement. The IA provides for, at the written request of CDOT, for the $7.5 million. So once CDOT asked OEDIT for the loan, after it's approved by both boards, or excuse me, the commission and their commission, it's a 12-month interest-free loan. CDOT can pay off at any time in that 12 months without penalty. If the loan isn't paid back in a year, then the EDC can extend for another year, either interest-free or at a reasonable interest rate to be determined at a later time. The EDC, at the request of CDOT, can also convert the loan to a grant in exchange for a percentage of the net proceeds from the sale of the non-transportation related parcels. Obviously, once HPD has paid back its bank loan obligation and has paid the proceeds split between, as per the purchase and sale agreement between the Union Pacific Railroad and the HPD. So they're kind of at the bottom of the waterfall once we paid out bank loan and the revenue split between HPD and the UP. And that's it in regards to the CDOT OEDIT interagency agreement regarding Burnham Yard. Happy to answer any questions either any of the board members or the commission has about the IAA.
As always, the easiest way to manage all of the participants is to put a request to speak into the chat, and then we'll call you on cue. I don't see anything, Nick. Looks like you're good to go into the next piece.
All right, so this is regarding the CDOT and HPD Burnham Yard intra-agency agreement. So just a little background on Burnham Yard itself. For close to 150 years, Burnham Yard was a central agent of economic activity for the Denver metro area. The land was acquired in 1871, 5 years before Colorado became a state. With the turn of the 21st century, Burnham Yard's importance as an economic engine became less pronounced, as other modes of freight and individual transportation rose to primacy. Originally, CDOT and HPD had envisioned using Senate Bill 267 highway funds to acquire the property, but when CDOT revenue declined severely in March and April of last year because of the pandemic, HPD and the UP decided to pause the procurement. In June of last year, HPD approached the UP with a plan to acquire the property with a combination of a federal grant, the Christie grant, and a loan through the United States Build America Bureau's RIF loan program. In September of last year, HPD found out that it was unsuccessful obtaining the grant, and in December found out from the Build America Bureau that the property was ineligible for the loan. As most of us who travel I-25 through central Denver know, it's one of the busiest and most congested highways in the state, serving 250,000 vehicles per day, moving north-south along the Front Range to the heart of Denver. As most of you guys know, most studies have favored improvements between Alameda and 6th Avenue that will require relocation of the Consolidated Mutual Line, or the CML, owned by the BNSF Railway in that area. shifting the CML to the UPRR track alignment through the Burnham Yard would benefit I-25 directly and could enable a regionally transformed transportation improvements. The benefits of purchasing this property enable significant investments in capital improvement and construction projects, the work needed to build long-term economic prosperity in the Denver area, with $400+ million in investment possible, creating jobs in structural and track construction, grading, and associated skilled trades to build mainline and rail infrastructure and interstate infrastructure as well. Through anticipated partnerships with Denver, RTD, possible developer interest, a vision to improve transportation for highway, rail, transit, and other modes of the travel will be realized. Now to acquire the property for the agreed upon $50 million purchase price, HPD is borrowing $40 million, and CDOT and NOEDA are each contributing $7.5 million. HPD will set aside $5 million to cover environmental, land use planning, and other costs to be spent during the next 3 to 5 years on improvements to the property, which are expected to hopefully increase property value and facilitate a disposition to a developer for the non-transportation related parcels. CDOT and HPD anticipate retaining between 15 and 17 acres for future transportation use, and will be working closely with the city and county of Denver on a small area plan in the next 2.5 to 3 years. In regards to the intra-agency agreement, IAs between CDOT and HPD document the meaningful terms of how we work together on all of our projects. Under this IA, HPD is responsible for acquiring the property from the UPRR, reviewing title and survey, and undertaking the financing to cover the remainder of the purchase price of the property. For doing this, CDOT will reimburse HPD for the related closing costs. At closing, CDOT will enter into a 30-year lease for the entire 58 acres. The lease will provide for prepaying lease payments in the amount of $10 million. HPD will use the other $5 million for planning and environmental costs, as I mentioned earlier. Once CDOT has determined the boundary for the transportation-related parcels, it will notify HPD, who will then start the process to dispose of the remnant parcel. Once all non-transportation-related parcels or the remnant parcels are disposed of, the lease will terminate, and the lease will not terminate while HPD's bank loan is outstanding. HPD will then transfer the transportation-related parcel to CDOT in fee simple. The $15 million in $10 million in prepaid lease constitutes a fair market value for the transportation-related parcel. While leasing the property, CDOT agrees to undertake the necessary studies to determine the location and quantity of the transportation-related parcels, coordinate with RTD regarding their needs, and coordinate with other state agencies like OEDIT, DOLA, which is the Department of Local Affairs, and DPA, the Department of Personnel Administration, regarding the mitigation of CDOT's risk on the non-transportation related parcels. While the lessor, HPD, agrees to use the $5 million towards negotiating and entering into an MOU with the city and county of Denver regarding a small area plan, engaging an owner's representative with expertise to represent HPD and CDOT's interest during the small area plan process, continuously evaluating the cost implications of the planning decisions made during that planning process, coordinating with CDOT to advance conceptual land use and infrastructure planning, and coordinate with CDPHE, the Department of Public Health and Environment, regarding the environmental remediation through their voluntary cleanup program or the VCUP program. We'll also look into zoning and possible entitlements, engaging the Denver Urban Renewal Authority program on the blight studies, and the establishment of an urban renewal authority to make tax increment financing available, revenues available to support the cost of the public infrastructure and environmental remediation. And any other actions deemed necessary and appropriate by CDOT or HPT to either increase the value of the non-transportation related parcels to further policy goals that we, with other partnering agencies like OEDIT, DPA, or DOLA. Once we close, CDOT has 3.5 years to determine the final boundaries of the transportation-related parcels. If it takes longer than 5 years, then CDOT is obligated to make lease payments to HPT, and HPT will allow to ask for a backup loan to the TC to cover increases in financing-related costs. There are also 3 different scenarios where CDOT could be required to contribute a top-off payment to the HPT for the difference between the sale price of the non-transportation related parcel and HPT's bank loan obligations. That's if there's HPT and CDOT's appraisal of the value of the property was wrong. If CDOT or other partnering agencies desire to impose restrictions on the property other than its highest and best use, and that results in a reduction in land value. Or CDOT has indicated it needs, currently CDOT has indicated that it needs between 15 and 17 acres for the transportation related parcel. But if it determines it needs more than 19 acres, CDOT is obligated under the IAA to first determine the amount of top off through based on a commercially reasonable estimate and allocate that funds before making the top off payment. HPT also has the ability to request a backup loan from the Transportation Commission if the disposition proceeds are insufficient or refinancing proceeds are insufficient as well. And I think that is all in return in regards to the interagency agreement. It's a lot. It's like any other, it's not like any other interagency agreement we've ever entered into before. So I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. We also have legal counsel, outside legal counsel, Brett Boutine, and the AG's office, Andrew Gomez, on to help answer any questions you might have.
Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, that's a lot to digest very quickly. And I'm wondering if you could just summarize for us in quick and simple terms, what risks CDOT and Transportation Commission are assuming over time, because there are clearly trigger points where we assume more risk.
Yes, thanks, Commissioner Vasquez. The risk is definitely around the top-off payments. Yeah, I think, and if in regards to land value going down in the next 5 years, or if CDOT takes more than the 15 to 17 acres they currently think they need for the transportation related parcel, or if other partnering agencies or CDOT decides to do something with the non-transportation related parcel that devalues results in us HPT not being able to sell the non-transportation related parcels for their highest and best use. I mean, that's kind of where the main risk kind of. Yeah. Then those aren't considered a loan to HPT either. They're just it would just be required to pay the difference between HPT's bank loan obligations and what we sold the property for.
And there's risk if the ability to sell the non-transportation related parcels is pushed out, right?
Yeah, and also
I believe it was 3 years.
If CDOT takes longer than 3.5 years and we don't have enough time to sell the property before the term of our bank loans are up, then we would either have to refinance or go to the commission for a backup loan. Or CDOT would then be responsible for paying HPT lease payments as well. Right now, you're prepaying lease for that CDOT is prepaying that the lease for 5 years. If we get beyond 5 years, you're also getting the top off territory, and you're paying HPT on a monthly basis for rent.
So do you have a single page, almost like a spreadsheet, time on one side and dollars risk on the other axis that actually creates a picture of that risk?
I can definitely develop that for you.
I think it'd be very helpful, at least for me, to make a decision on what kind of risk we're assuming. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Commissioner Hickey, Radke, and Gifford.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Farber, for this presentation. I would love to hear, related to the risk, a real high level summary of what risks we think there are about condition of the property, this being well over 100 years old, used by railroads, and do we know whether developers of any sort can use this property?
As part of the due diligence that last year in February of 2020, before the pandemic actually started, right before it started, the board and commission approved a term sheet with between the HBT and the Union Pacific Railroad that allowed CDOT to get onto the property and do a phase one environmental study of the property's environmental conditions. And based on the outcome of that report, we had the ability to walk away from the purchase of the property if we felt it was the environmental conditions of the property were such that it would have cost too much for us to purchase it and then to clean it up to a level that a developer could be interested in it. When we got the results of that environmental report around Thanksgiving of last year, our consultants advised Region 1 and HBT that the results were not alarming, that they didn't think they did over 150 boreholes all over the property. Yes, there's definitely some issues on the property since it was used as a rail yard since before statehood. But we didn't feel, the consultants and after digesting the results of the report, did not feel as though it rose to the level for us to walk away from the purchase of the property. In terms of developer interest, when we actually started the procurement on the property with the UPRR back in the summer of 2019, we were the highest bidder on the property, and the UP asked us to partner with a developer on the property to better effectuate value through a disposition of the property. We couldn't just pick a developer. We actually had to go out and procure a developer, and we went out through an RFQ process and shortlisted 3 developers, and we ultimately decided to not go through that process and go it alone because we didn't feel like it brought value to us. But what we saw from the 3 developers who proposed on that RFQ was that they are definitely interested in the property, and they had some ideas in terms of the environmental conditions of the property, but it wasn't to the point where they wouldn't see it as either developable to the point where it's not. There's been dirtier properties, I think, in the city and county of Denver and in the Denver metro area. So I feel like it seemed from the responses that they were comfortable enough to engage in a process to purchase the property if we weren't interested in it.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Brackey, then Gifford.
Trying to unmute here. Great, thank you. And again, it is a lot of information, and I appreciate the questions that have been asked by others and the information that you've provided. Nick, it would be helpful to see that risk summary. I guess the question I have is regarding other potential funding partners, and if there's any additional or new information you can share regarding funding that could be contributed by RTD for this project, and what the status of those conversations. That's one question that I have, and then I have a follow-up after that.
Sure. Thanks, Commissioner. So in terms of other partnering agencies besides OEdit, from what I've heard is that other agencies like DOLA and DPA are interested, but it's something that they would have to get involved in once we've acquired the property. In terms of a contribution from RTD, I think that was when I met with a lot of you individually a couple of weeks ago. That was a theme I think I heard from all of you. So because of that, I reached out to RTD and I'm meeting with them in early June to talk about how we bring them into this process as well, and talk about any funding they could or could not bring to the property. I will update you, the commission and the board on that as those conversations develop.
Okay, that would be great. Hopefully those meetings are fruitful. And I guess then the other question I have is related to this. When I think about this site and I think about the history of highway planning and highway construction from, not just in Colorado, but across the country, and the impact that it's had on disadvantaged communities over the years. And then the opportunities that we now have to try to restore or rebalance the impact of our transportation infrastructure projects. Several of us just had a chance to tour the Central 70 project and see the real positive things that are coming forward as part of that project to knit the neighborhoods back together. So it makes me think about this site and what are the potential opportunities, if it were to go forward, to actually enhance the area, to help create more of an equity balance, and to bring opportunities forward for partnerships that could support, not only our mobility goals, but also goals around social sustainability, equity, creating affordable housing, creating affordable workspace, commercial, light industrial space. But how can this package and this combination of investment that includes public investment be done in a way that would actually advantage the area and advantage the neighborhoods and create more of a net positive outcome than simply being focused on the direct mobility needs? So that's something I'm interested in and curious about. How does that get integrated on the front end so that it's not something that has to get tacked on at the end or is a minor piece, but how is it more of a foundational piece?
That's a great question. I think we've been thinking about that for a long time in regards to this property. And one from the transportation standpoint, we're looking at improving all modes in terms of the studies we're going to be doing on this quarter, improving all modes of transportation, transit, in train, bike, ped. But I think a lot of what you're talking about, Commissioner Brackey, will actually be developed through the small area, the planning process. I don't know necessarily through the small area planning process with the city and county of Denver, but through the planning process with the city and with other partnering agencies like DOLA and DPA. I think that's important to us as an agency, and I think to other agencies, other state agencies as well. And I've heard that also from the city. So I think we will be definitely taking your concerns to the process moving forward.
Okay, that would be great, because to be honest, I get nervous when I hear the emphasis over and over again about, well, it'll be sold to the highest and best use. We know what that is, and that may or may not be something that is, depending on whose lens you're looking through, that could be a good thing, or that could be something that creates potentially negative impacts from a community perspective. So again, I'm asking that be incorporated. It sounds like you're doing that. I just hope it's documented in a way early enough in the process so that it doesn't get lost or it doesn't get shortchanged later. So thank you.
And to your comment about the highest and best use, I think as we move through this process, it'll be almost like I think there's going to have to be some analysis between the difference between the highest and best use and kind of what the other uses that we want to impose and that we could impose on the property. I think either that's going to have to be a trade-off that the commission and the board will just have to decide on in the future.
Okay, yeah, it's for whom, right? So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Gifford and then Sally Chafee.
I have a couple comments more than questions. On the environmental cleanup, Denver already sort of went through a multi-decade comparable process in the whole development of the Central Platte Valley. And I know that when everybody goes to visit Union Station now, it's hard to remember what it used to be like. But what it used to be like was, these sort of barren, creepy areas of old rail yards with very little going on. I lived downtown starting in 1995, and they actually found bodies out there. But between Union Station and the river. It wasn't a nice place. And between, the historical condition of the rail yards and becoming what it is today was a lot of environmental cleanup, but it was all done in a very, regulated, thoughtful process. There was voluntary cleanup agreements with the state that sort of made it clear what needed to be done before any development could take place. And same kind of conditions on that site in terms of the historical uses rail yard. So sure, it's messy. Many, brownfields are messy, but I think over the past several decades, there's been a lot of progress in understanding how to deal with those things. So I, for one, am not very concerned about that. I just wanted to make another comment about risk. I think that in terms of how the staff needs to present this, in terms of the risk to HPTE on the one hand or CDOT on the other, of not knowing for certain how much or which land will need to be used by CDOT. One way of looking at that is risk in terms of top-off payments or the other or whatever, and that needs to be outlined. But a different way, and I think a more positive way of looking at it, is in terms of the opportunity that CDOT has here to take land that has historically been in transportation uses and repurpose it for new, future, forward-looking transportation uses in the most effective possible way for the transportation uses. And there could be trade-offs there between doing whatever is ideal for CDOT, RTD, and Front Range Passenger Rail, or maximizing the value as commercial real estate. And it may be that as CDOT gets further into the planning process for this, it will look like the better outcome for transportation uses isn't the most optimal outcome for realizing financial gain from that property, but that is probably what we're going to want to do as responsible. I will no longer be on the Transportation Commission, but as responsible members of the community trying to figure out what the best transportation outcomes are here. So I understand that it needs to be written up in terms of risk, but I would really also look at it as an opportunity to take a very large area and shape it most appropriately for the transportation needs, Front Range Passenger Rail, RTD, and CDOT, and that this is a unique opportunity. It may be that we don't maximize the value of the financial proceeds, but that is going to be because it's our choice. It's not risk in the sense of something that will be happening to us. It'll be something that CDOT, the Commission, and HPTE will be making choices about as we move through this process. So probably beating a dead horse here, but I just think it's, the question of your perspective on how you look at this. Thanks.
Thank you. Sally?
And I just wanted to comment on Commissioner Brackey's remarks in what is now Section 29 of the new funding bill. There is a lot of language that will require us to do exactly what you laid out, work with the community, explore various options and impacts on those that live around it and just the environment in general. So that is one thing also to know, that will be, if assuming the bill passes, laid out in statute and apply to this as well.
Thank you. Other comments or questions?
Yes, Madam Chair, Bill Tebow here.
Sure, go ahead, Commissioner Tebow.
Thank you, Nick. I think Commissioner Gifford really outlined very well just sort of how we on the Transportation Commission and CDOT is entering into this particular matter. But how does this structured agreement protect CDOT from being accused of acquiring real estate for speculative purposes?
I mean, I just don't think we've ever seen it that way, Commissioner Tebow. I think we see it as an opportunity to improve mobility from Colorado Springs up to Fort Collins, and this is one of those one in a lifetime opportunities. I think Jeff Kraft with OEDIT said it best at the EDC hearing last month, that This is just one of those once in a lifetime opportunities that the state has to not only for CDOT to improve mobility, along the entire I-25 corridor, not only for the people who choose to drive SOB, carpool, but for people who will choose to use light rail, or to use a bus, if for an eventual front range rail system, for all people along the Interstate 25 corridor. It will greatly increase mobility. From the economic development side, OEDIT sees it as there's just so much inherent value in that property because of its proximity in the city and county of Denver, and because of what other states and cities across not only the United States but the world have done to old rail yards. Sacramento, Milan, other cities that have transformed these neighborhoods from these heavy industrial neighborhoods to still, Chicago, just but to a more of a, just what happened with the Union Station. You took, I remember, being out there in the early 2000s and late 90s and seeing what it was and just to what it is now and how it's transformed that entire downtown area and what this could do for not only the city and county of Denver, but just for the whole state.
Yeah, I appreciate, how you feel about it. And really my question is, I suppose I should say that as I reviewed the agreement itself, the lengthy agreement and how it's structured, it seems to allow for those kinds of intent, that kind of intent to actually materialize. There seems to be a portion of the property that may have value for non-transportation purposes and a portion of the property that will have value for transportation purposes. And it's always something on my mind that we as the Transportation Commission need to be very careful about how we acquire property and how we invest in property so that we're not accused of having property just to make money to maybe get other projects in the state off and running. But I think the way this is structured does yield to the intent that you've expressed. And especially with the comments of Commissioner Gifford, as I said, I think it folds in nicely. So I appreciate your presentation.
Also, I think Commissioner Zink had this comment a couple months ago. I think when we kind of went back to the drawing table, in February, it was, could we have bought in the property, just what we needed in terms of the transportation related parcel. But the only option we had with the Union Pacific Railroad was to buy the whole thing. And that's kind of why we went to and worked with the governor's office on reaching out to other state agencies to mitigate the risk between CDOT and HPDE with other state agencies. And we've seen that with OEDIT, and we'll start working very closely with DOLA and DPA here in the near future.
Thank you. Commissioner Adams.
I just want to thank Commissioner Gifford for sharing her comments and her perspective and the historical on what we were looking at with Union Station before it is the Union Station that we know today. And Commissioner Thibeault, I want to thank you for reminding us of our basic responsibility here as transportation commissioners. And so I share the same view that, I get concerned when we think about this in terms of highest and best use, because it sounds like we are speculating and trying to figure out optional ways here. And I do understand that the notion of this is probably more property than we need for CDOT's purposes. And so it makes sense that we should address that tangential piece that is going to be the residual here in a way that optimizes and maximizes what we can get. But our fundamental purpose and objective from my standpoint as a transportation commissioner, is to zero in on its intended use for us and for our community from a transportation standpoint, and how we might partner with our other transportation partners or affiliates in our community so that we can all optimize the use of this, whether that's RTD, whether that's the other major rail lines that might come through our community, but certainly from CDOT standpoint. And I love the notion of how it might be used for multimodal purposes and other things, but it's mostly and singularly in my mind, it's about transportation first. And if there's 10 acres, 20 acres, whatever the amount that's left over that we don't need, then I think it's about optimization on what we can get. But this is clearly not a real estate speculative project. So I appreciate Commissioner Gifford, Commissioner Tebow, and I know other commissioners who feel exactly the same way they do. So I'm just putting my name in the hat for the record to make sure that everyone knows that I support those same views.
Thank you very much. Final questions or comments before we go to the next part of the agenda, which will be a roll call, the TC and then the HPTE board. And then the HPTE board has several items that they will vote on, and the TC has one resolution to vote on. The rest of these resolutions will come in front of the TC during their regular meeting tomorrow. So final questions or comments, and I see Commissioner Beatty has a question.
You're on mute, Commissioner Beatty.
Thought I hit it. All right. How does the lease agreement roll in? Does that inflate? Because we pay the $10,000 up front for year 1 through 5. Then years 6 through 30, it shows a lease payment of $3,250,000 per year. How does that those lease payments, will that continue to go up each year? And if this is turned into other infrastructure that actually CDOT's not using, why would we continue to pay a lease payment for property that's not actually being operated or used by CDOT? You know, if Front Range Rail is using it or RTD are using it, just how does that lease payment work?
Do you want to tackle that one?
Sure, I'm happy to take that. So the lease itself terminates by its own terms when all of the remnant property that isn't being held back for transportation purposes is disposed of by HPT. So there's no intent that the full term of the lease would continue to be paid by CDOT unless we find ourselves in a circumstance where there's a refinance. And if that were the case, we'd be coming back to the commission anyways. The reason for the jump up is because the amount of funds that are available up front, we've characterized as prepaid lease payments. And because HPT wanted to withhold the $5 million to continue to invest in the property, that made $10 million available. And the jump up, actually, the math backs to what is an equivalent market ground lease for a property that's 60 acres in size. So to make it equivalent to the fair market value arm's length transaction that Nick has discussed, it needed to jump up a little bit. $2 million is actually underpaying relative to what the appraisal showed that the Burnham Yard would be worth in a fair market transaction with a third party. It's about half. The appraisal showed it's about $4 million a year. So this gets to the equivalent of that, but there's no intent that the lease really survives past 5 years because everyone's intent is to identify the property, start the process, and resell it.
Commissioner Beatty, anything else?
No, that cleared up my question on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, I don't see any other questions in the queue or anyone's hands up. So at this time, I'd like to ask that we call roll, and I'll start with the TC. Herman, could you call roll, please?
Yes, Commissioner Gifford.
Here.
Commissioner Stanton.
Here.
Commissioner Adams,
Here.
Commissioner Brackey,
Here.
Commissioner Vasquez,
Here.
Commissioner Zink,
Here.
Commissioner Hickey,
Here.
Commissioner Tebow,
Here.
Commissioner Beatty,
Here.
Vice Chair Hall,
Here.
Chair Stewart.
Here. Thank you very much. That shows all the commissioners are present and attending. And I'll turn it over now to Chair Gifford of the HPTE to follow through with her portion of this.
Okay.
So I think
Yeah.
Director Gifford, we just, from here, I'll talk about the loan agreement and the indenture, and I think then I'll ask for a vote on resolution 350, HPD Board Resolution 357 regarding both, all of the IAA, the loan agreement and the indenture, and then Chair Stewart, I will then ask for a vote of the Transportation Commission for Resolution 13, which is the approval of the CDOT HPD Burnham Yard Interagency Agreement. But first, I'll just talk about the loan agreement and the indenture, since the HPD board is approving all three, the IAA, the loan agreement, and the indenture all in one resolution. So HPD is, in regards to the loan agreement, HPD is entering into two identical loan agreements, one with Bank of America and one with JP Morgan Chase for $23.5 million each, totaling $47 million. Some of that includes closing costs, costs of the banks, costs for legal counsel, other things like that. It's a 5-year term plus a 3-year term out, an initial interest rate of 2.45%. I put 2.5% in the memo, but rates as of yesterday were at 2.45% for the 3-year term out. We will lock rates on Monday, so rates could increase between now and Monday. I talked to our financial advisor at Stifel, who thinks rates could actually either stay the same or drop over the weekend. The 2.45% could increase after the term out. The loan is secured by the HPT CDOT lease and by the sale of the non-transportation related parcels. We aim to close on the loan agreements with Bank of America and JP Morgan Chase on May 26th. Now, it was in regards to the trust indenture. As a result of negotiations with Bank of America and JP Morgan, it was agreed to bring in Zions Bank as trustee on this project. This will provide the bank security and will minimize the administrative burden on HPT to have to basically split the payment and then pay two banks. All amounts payable under the IAA except the $5 million HPT is withholding in its own operations account. The CDOT lease and all other project revenues have to flow through the trustee. I'm happy to answer any questions from the board in terms of the loan agreement or the trust indenture.
I don't see any.
Okay. So I ask for your approval of resolution 357.
I move the approval.
Thank you, Director Kurkova. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Director Gutierrez. Is there any further discussion from the members of the HPTE board? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. So now we'll turn to the TCIAA.
This would be resolution number 13. It's 2021 Burnham Yard Acquisition Interagency Agreement between the High Performance Transportation Enterprise and the Colorado Department of Transportation. That's the only item on this resolution. Nick, do you want to say anything more about this?
I just ask if you have any other questions, happy to answer them. If not, I ask for your approval of resolution 13.
Thank you. Any questions from the TC?
I move that we approve resolution number 13.
I second. This is Kathy.
Thank you. I have a motion from Commissioner Gifford and a second from Commissioner Hall. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Is there anyone voting in opposition? Seeing none. Anyone abstaining from the vote? Seeing none, you have unanimous approval of resolution number 13. And now I'll turn this back over to Commissioner Gifford as chair of HPTE.
This means can't hear you, Director Gifford.
I'm sorry, would you like to comment on the purchase and sale agreement?
Sure, thank you. The purchase and sale agreement between the Colorado HPT and the Union Pacific Railroad. Just want to cover the key areas of the purchase and sale agreement between us. It's a $50 million purchase price for 58.53 acres. HPT is borrowing $40 million, and we talked about where the other $10 million is coming on from CDOT and reimbursement from OEDIT. The 58.53 acres is subject to 3 easements. There's a 50-foot railroad easement, a signboard easement, and a 10-foot wide fiber optic easement. The signboard easement expires in 2022, and we are subject, HPT is subject to penalties if we terminate that easement early. That's the signboard easement. If you're driving eastbound on 6th Avenue towards Calumet, you'll off to your left-hand side is a billboard. That billboard is part of a broader agreement that the Union Pacific Railroad has with a media company. And for that signboard, that agreement expires in 2022. So after that, there are no penalties in regards to taking down that signboard. There's also a deed restriction on the property. The property is limited to transportation, industrial, office, open space, and retail commercial business use only. This restriction can be released upon a showing of a no further action or an NFA or other similar sign off by a regulatory body confirming the property can be used for residential purposes. To achieve this, HPT and CDOT intend to work very closely with CDPHE and the voluntary cleanup program, VCUP program, to allow that NFA to take place. Due diligence, as I mentioned, we're talking about the interagency agreement. Prior to entering into the purchase and sale agreement, we entered into a term sheet last February of 2020 that allows CDOT to conduct environmental testing on the property. If that testing showed that the property was to the point where we felt as though it wasn't worth it moving forward, we could have backed away. And nevertheless, HPT and CDOT were satisfied with the results and moved forward with this process that we're engaged in now. Also, future property proceeds. It's highly unlikely that all 58 acres will be used for transportation-related purposes. And HPT agrees that parcels not used for the transportation-related reasons will be entitled to 40% of any sale proceeds after HPT has recouped its investment of the $50 million, and in addition to other remediation costs subject to an $11 million cap. That's kind of the high points in regards to the purchase and sale agreement. Happy to answer any questions you might have or ask for approval of Resolution 358.
Any questions from the HPT directors? Then, do I have a motion?
I so move for 358.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of resolution number 358, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, we'll now turn to a discussion of the tolling operations and maintenance IAA with Simon Logan and John Lorme.
Thanks, Chair Gifford. Jennifer, could you pull up the presentation, please. Thanks. Can you advance just to the next slide? So I'm going to cover a little bit of background and the process that we went through on this tolling operations and maintenance IAA. But essentially, in 2016, HPT and CDOT staff considered alternatives for covering operations and maintenance costs on our express lanes network. And it's clear that there are certain O&M responsibilities that are CDOT only and HPT only, and there's some that are combined. And the board and TC approved a methodology to calculate that based on average daily traffic, which essentially means that CDOT seeks reimbursement from HPT for O&M costs based on a proportion of the number of vehicles that are in the express lanes versus the general purpose lanes. Next slide, please. So our network is experiencing significant growth. When that agreement was in place, or that methodology was put in place in 2016, we had 68 lane miles in operation. But by 2023, if all goes well, we will have increased that to 223. And with that growth comes challenges. And to proactively address the challenges that we can see coming around operations and maintenance, we felt that a new structure that provides an upfront payment to CDOT with a built-in contingency that covers costs sort of in advance is a better model to follow, and that's why we've got this first iteration of the tolling operations and maintenance IA. Next slide, please. So the process that we went through to develop it is very similar to the fee-for-service model. There's a lot of the key components in the IAA that resemble or are very similar to the HPT fee-for-service model. And we started talking with John and his team in the Division of Maintenance and Operations early this year, having regular meetings to determine what should go into this IAA, what are the key components, and particularly what was not included previously, because the pro rata model itself didn't really capture the full range of services that CDOT was providing to HPTE for operations and maintenance. So really wanted to make sure that this new version did that. And where we landed was a statement of work and budget that covers three main areas. There's roadway maintenance, which is essentially snow ice removal, pothole repair, guardrail repair, that kind of stuff. Operational support, which is TOC, monitoring lanes, dispatching, making sure that the lanes are clear and clearing incidents and that kind of thing, and as well as courtesy patrol. And then for intelligent transportation systems maintenance and monitoring, that covers fiber and also the system that goes on behind the equipment that we have for collecting tolls on the network. And the calculation that we used is based on historical data. A lot of the invoices that we had from CDOT, we looked at those, and it's broken out by corridor, so it's equitable in that sense, and is calculated using a per lane mile, mainly a per lane mile, but also percentage or hourly rate, depending on the item. And overall, the total comes to just under $1 million, which includes a 10% contingency per corridor of just under $90,000. And the reason why we included that contingency is in our discussions with John and his team, there was certain elements of operations and maintenance which are easier to predict. So we included those in that overall budget, but there were certain elements that were potential one-offs but would impact our system and need to be addressed quickly. So in order to ensure that happens, we thought it best to encumber 10% per corridor, have those funds there so that the work can be done and CDOT can invoice HPTE for the work that's carried out essentially. And the final thing I'll mention is that it is a slight increase in overall cost for when you compare it to the historical data that we have. And we did spend a lot of time with John and his team discussing, those elements that I'd mentioned around that weren't really captured in the pro rata, particularly in the operational support. So TOC staff time, as an example, or ITS sections, so fiber maintenance and some of the work that goes on there that weren't captured. So as a result of that, it is a slight increase. And also our network is growing. So if we had C470 came online in the last year, as well as I-25 North 120th, E470 Northwest Parkway. So with those additional lane miles comes additional cost. But overall, we felt as an HPT team and discussions with CDOT that we could justify that increase. And we felt that with the same model with the fee for service, every 6 months we'll have reports from CDOT that look at the work that's already been done, and we'll compare that to ensure that it's the estimate we have in there is fit for purpose and we'll evaluate that next year. Before I open it up to questions and ask for the HPT board approval of this IAA, John, is there anything you'd like to add?
Not much, Simon. I think you pretty much nailed everything. But this whole program will help offset some of the costs that the maintenance superintendents are currently right now not being reimbursed for, and HPTE work pulls them off of their traditional routes that they're working on because of the importance of this. I mean, it's important for CDOT and HPTE to keep these lanes functioning at an A level of service. So this allows us to do that. So Simon, I'm there's nothing really else I can add other than that, except I'm just glad we got this all worked out. And, CDOT DMO will not let any of this kind of stuff fall through the cracks. So appreciate all the work, man.
Thanks, John.
Do you have any questions from HPTE board? Seeing none, do we have a motion to approve Resolution 359?
So moved to approve the resolution 359.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. We'll now turn to a discussion of HPTE staffing from Nick Farber and Kelly Brown.
Thank you, Chair Gifford. Jennifer, do you want me to bring up the presentation? I have it available, or do you want to bring it up? I think I have it ready to go. Here we go. Just get into. Oh, I think we're both sharing our screen. Okay, perfect. All right, so just to outline a little bit about this presentation, talk about our goals going forward, our success story, talk a little bit about our top 3 express lane operations challenges, our staff table timelines, and our org chart that we propose going forward with the addition of some new staff members we'll be asking for today. Go to the next slide. Thanks, Jennifer. So our HPTE goals are, overall, are to operate the express lanes in a fiscally responsible manner, operate them in a manner worthy of the public trust, meet federal regulations on operating the express lanes in regards to speed and level of service. For example, we have to keep all express lanes at 45 miles an hour or greater 90% of the time under federal regulations. And obviously, we always try to exceed that through maintain travel time savings, reduce congestion, increase corridor throughput, and generate enough revenue to pay off our bonds and other financial obligations that we have on all of our express corridors. Go on the next slide, please. So we have 115 lane miles of express lanes in operation right now. In the next 2 years, we'll have 223 in operation with opening by 2024, actually, with the openings of segments 6, 7, and 8 from Longmont to Fort Collins, the GAP project from Castle Rock to Monument, westbound PPSL, And then obviously we're working with CDOT closely on I-270 and Floyd Hill, and not to mention the Central 70 project as well. So we're coming from just the I-25 reversible lanes when I started with HPG back in 2011, going to US 36 segment 2. We're a rapidly growing division, and because of that, we need to, in terms of the operations and maintenance of our corridor, we need to, what Simon was mentioning earlier, maintain a very high level of service. And with the staff that we have now, Kelly, between Kelly, Maria, and the contractors we have, I think everyone's working 60 plus hours a week, and we just need to be able to, one, accommodate the staff that we have now and be able to pick up the work that we're not able to handle, and two, plan for the future, which you see right here. You can go on to the next slide. I think this is more of a graphical depiction of our growth in lane miles from 2015 when we opened US 36 and I-25 all the way up to 2022, when we'll have 168 lane miles in operation. And when we open up 6, 7, and 8 in 2024, it'll jump all the way up to that 223 lane miles. And as Kelly was mentioning earlier, also at the our board meeting when we were discussing this in the informal session about just not only the growth of the express lane miles, but the equipment that we'll have to monitor is also exponential in terms of and keeping those equipment running 24/7. So we're not, there's no zero downtime in revenue collection on our express lanes. Go on to the next slide. So we have 3 challenges when it comes to operating our express lanes: active management of the express lanes, data reporting, and equipment monitoring and maintenance. Go on to the next slide. This really comes down to real-time traffic management and pretty much the dynamic tolling management that we're going to be moving to in the next year or so. Our contract with ETC, our new tolling equipment provider, will allow us to move to fully dynamic pricing, which will likely take place in the westbound peak period shoulder lane first. As we transition to other new equipment, we'll be able to move other corridors like the South Gap project, eastbound Mountain Express Lane, I-25, and Central 70 to fully dynamic tolling. We'll be briefing the HPG board on that in the coming months, so they're aware of how our time of day pricing will change to fully dynamic in the coming year or so. And the rest is very important: incident management and toll voiding. Right now, we are very busy doing that. If there's an accident either into the general purpose lane near the express lane, law enforcement will then force traffic into the express lane, and we don't want to force people to pay tolls if they are actually forced to use the express lane either by law enforcement or by fire and rescue. So we will void tolls during that time. And we only really have, under our tolling and service agreement with E470, we only have about 24 hours to void those tolls. So we need to be on that and kind of monitoring those express lanes as they're open. And we need to be able to audit all those transactions as well and kind of keep up on all of our tolling equipment. And you can go on to the next slide as well. Thank you. In terms of data and reporting, it's very important for us to have accurate data to be able to report to the board, to the commission, and our lenders, and to the public on all of our projects. And being able to have a staff person who can monitor this data in real time and then to put it into reports that are easily digestible by the board, the commission, and by the public is something very important to us going forward. Equipment monitoring and maintenance. This is comes down to the tolling and operations and maintenance support IAA that the board just approved and the TC will approve tomorrow, but it also comes down to a contract we have with ETC. ETC will monitor the tolling equipment that they install on our express lanes. That's the green sprocket on the bottom right, but the ITS and the fiber equipment are going to come down to HPT and CDOT's responsibilities, and we need to be able to have the staff to monitor those and to work with CDOT to fix and to maintain that equipment. So there's little to no downtime on our equipment. In regards to a comparative analysis of what other states with express lanes do, as you can see, we have a lot more express lane miles than Georgia, Minnesota, Virginia, and Washington. But they actually have staff, more staff per express lane miles than we do right now. I'm not saying there's an equivalent between, I'm trying to say one for one in the other states. I think it was just to point out that, and a lot of these are contractors as well. We, one, don't feel as though we need to have a one for one staff increase per what other states are doing. But we also don't feel like we should be hiring contractors for every single position that we have open as well. I know Simon mentioned, and I totally agree with him at our last meeting, that it wouldn't be prudent of us as stewards of these users, the toll payers, users' dollars to spend all of their tax or toll revenue on solely contractors. Go on the next slide. This is a graphical depiction of the staff that we think we will need as we open up express lanes. You'll see now in 2021, we have 6 staff members. 2 are HPT staff with Maria and Kelly, and we have 4 contractors split between Sturgeon, Atkins, and Apex. And 2 of those contractors will actually be, the Sturgeon contractors will actually be leaving us at the end of June because of the contract expiration. But I think we're working something out with CDOT so that contract can be extended. So I think the 2 little green guys will move over into 2022 and to 2023 and beyond. But we would like to, I think you'll see in the next couple of slides, we're going to be asking for additional staff, HPD staff, and we'll be covering the rest of the gray guys with contractors. So this is the org chart that we are proposing, and the red stars are the positions that we need filled as soon as possible to help grow our system and to accommodate the workload that we have now. We need to hire a tolling operations and maintenance coordinator that will oversee the equipment maintenance team of all the ETC contractors and all the traffic operations tolling traffic specialists that we will hire with our contractors. Now we are actually teaming up with CDOT and John and his team to hire those contractor teams that will actually oversee, watch the cameras, watch the express lanes during the peak hours and on certain times on the weekends in regards to the Mountain Express lane. That person we would like to bring on as soon as possible. We would also like to bring on a tolling traffic engineer that will oversee the dynamic tolling algorithm. With discussions we've had with other states like Georgia and Virginia that currently use a fully dynamic tolling system, you need to have someone who is constantly overseeing that algorithm, because if there's an accident in the general purpose lanes and there's a backup, that algorithm doesn't really know that what's happening in real time and can crank up toll rates to something that is unreasonably expensive for that time. There's been a lot of public relations issues in other states on that. So if you have someone who's watching the corridor and watching that toll algorithm on a constant basis, you can manually adjust those toll prices back down. So we need to have that person on by the end of the year to get them trained up in time by the time we go to fully dynamic toll pricing. We also need in the next, probably in the 2022 timeframe, to hire a business analyst and a quality assurance person and a toll data analysis to cover all of the rest of our bases on our operations and maintenance of our express lanes. Go to the next slide. So this is a breakout of the costs of adding these additional staff members to the HPT team. We are looking at the medium estimate, which is the purple bars. The blue bars would be a high estimate if we were hiring only contractors. And the low estimate would be just to hire all state employees for these positions. Obviously, we feel as though hiring contractors is the right thing to do for those lower level positions because these companies have trained these people and can get up to speed really quick on traffic operations in the tolling operations center over here in Golden. And in terms of our ETC contractor as well, who will oversee all the tolling equipment they install on our express lanes. You can go on to the next slide. And with that, we're asking, I don't think it's more of like a budget approval. We are actually going to be paying for these positions out of toll revenue. So they will not hit any of the CDOT budget at all. It'll only be hitting the HPTE budget in terms of, because all of these positions will be paid out of toll revenue. So I think that's the, I just want to kind of ask for your approval on this. I'm unsure, I think it either comes through the budget process and we'll be asking the board to approve in the next couple of months. But I think the commission will have to approve, I think, through the budget amendment process, the creation of new full-time equivalent positions for these 4 positions as well. But I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about the HPT staffing increase request.
This is open to everybody, by the way. The HPT board has had some time to discuss this already. And so part of the reason to have a joint workshop here is so that the Transportation Commission can also get its questions answered or comments.
This is Kathy. On the highest estimate of, was that all, I misunderstood. Was that contractors that would make the highest estimate, or was that all new employees with CDOT? I misunderstood on that.
Yeah, the purple bar that was the all contractors. So we
All contractors, okay.
just decided not to hire any state, or the blue bars was only contractors. The purple bar, the medium estimate, was our mix between contractors and state employees.
Okay, and then the green bar
Green was all state employees.
all state employees. Okay, thank you.
So this is Yula Adams. Nick, thank you, by the way. That was very helpful to me as a commissioner to understand how you look and think about the tolling and maintenance and how we cover costs. So if we do this, and assuming we will, what's the difference in what causes us the need to be at the high estimate, not in terms of miles, or is miles the driver, or is it traffic and other conditions? What's the difference? I mean, in other words, what's the difference between medium estimate and high estimate, and what causes us to be in need of being at high, or the likelihood that we could need to spend more money for more bodies?
But the highest estimate, I think, is just terms of timing. Like if we, we're trying to proactively plan for our growth. And if for some reason we just forgot about it, or we just felt like, if, for instance, that we were going to be handing over, some of our corridors to a P3 developer, which is, I'm just kind of using this hypothetically, that we would hire contractors instead. And if once that corridor was handed over to a P3 developer and it was out of our HPT's responsibility, then it would be easier to let those employees go, or those contractors go. They would find work elsewhere at their consulting firm. In terms of, but we want to actually build up the state workforce. We want to hire people that could and kind of build the knowledge base of the state workforce through those, the traffic engineer position, the QA business analyst position, and the data analyst position. And we just want to be able to build up the state workforce. And we feel as though by asking for those 4 positions will build up CDOT and build up CDOT's expertise in not only express lanes, but express lanes maintenance and express lanes operations. So that's why
you see little risk. You see little risk of growing beyond what you consider, what you're asking for is basically a pretty rock solid estimate, and you're not gonna, in a year, 2 years, feel that we are under and need to expend more for more people.
This is the first time in our existence, in HPD's existence, that we've actually asked to increase staffing. So we feel like this is important to come to you for. Maybe in the next 5 to 6 years, if we're still growing and we feel as though with the corridors we're adding on that we can't handle it, maybe we'll come back. I feel as though this is a reasonable request for not only the corridors we have now, but the growth that we foresee in the future in terms of 270, Floyd Hill, I-25 North, 6, 7, and 8 opening up in the gap. We feel as though we can handle that with these 4 staff members, along with those contractor teams that will be staffed at the Traffic Operations Center in Golden.
Thank you.
Commissioner Vasquez also had a question. Okay.
Right.
Commissioner Vasquez had a question.
I think Commissioner Vasquez, I think you're muted or it's not coming through for some reason.
I'm afraid we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your patience with me. Back to that same graph showing a growth in personnel over time and the low, medium, and high estimate. I'm presuming that the years that are behind us were actual data and the forecast is for 2021, 2022.
Yeah, the green bars is using costs. Yeah, I think 2019 and 2020 are for actual costs, and then 2021, 2022 were extrapolated using the additional positions using state salary numbers from the database we have on how much the ranges are on those positions. I think you're probably using the median range on those positions. And then the purple bars were adding kind of the state employee costs, or how we would adjust those to the rates we've actually been spending on our Sturgeon contract and our other contracts with Atkins and Apex.
Yeah, I want to go back to the comments you were making about building in-house capability and the chart that you showed with the gray people and the green people. I would imagine it would be to CDOT's benefit to put together a scenario where you increase the percentage of the personnel that are addressing the tolling operations, increase the percentage that are in-house. If there's little likelihood that you would turn it over to another PPE, then I would think that you would want to grow that capability in-house. You wouldn't need the flexibility of being able to let contractors go, which you can do much more easily and quickly than letting employees of CDOT go. So that's my question.
Thanks, Commissioner. Yeah, we talked about that in length internally, and we feel as though, at least in terms of the Traffic Operations Center staff, we have a contract for that, or CDOT has a contract for that. HPD will be added to in terms of their Traffic Operations Center staff. And we feel as though they have the expertise to take over those, but to actually do that work and to train them to do the work in an efficient manner. It also will give them an incentive to, if they want to actually come work for us or the state, CDOT, either CDOT or HPD, you have something to work towards. These are lower level positions that can work, maybe aspire to work towards, being that toll traffic engineer or that QA quality assurance manager or the tolling work for us in some capacity by building their knowledge base at that lower level position.
And contractors cost us more than CDOT employees. Is my understanding?
I think it's with I think at the position they're hired and their salary ranges, I think they're about the same, maybe just a tad bit more than our. But I think they're with the new contract we have, we feel very comfortable with the pricing on that and for those salary positions.
Okay, thank you very much.
Commissioner Hickey has a comment.
I just wanted to say I fully support these decisions and wanted to speak in favor of bringing folks in-house as you described, and to say I think often there are unmeasurable savings and efficiency from building up the knowledge base in-house, from loyalty and collaboration that can be achieved from that. So I like the concept.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further comments or questions? Oh, wait, we've got one more message.
I think Director Easton had a comment too.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Nick, I appreciate you bringing this forward. I know it's not an easy thing to bring forward. I appreciate all the work that you did and your team did in justifying it. And just want to let you know that I appreciate you bringing that forward and taking the initiative and looking ahead to where the organization is going to need to be to handle everything you have coming towards you. So thank you for that. And I definitely support what you're asking for.
Thank you, Director.
Any further comments or questions for Nick on this? Well, seeing none, I think we will turn the meeting, we will adjourn the HPTE and turn the meeting back over to Commissioner Stewart.
Well, thank you very much. And thank you, HPTE directors, for joining us. And thank you, HPTE director and staff, for giving us a thorough overview. We really appreciate the time together. In the past, we've been able to do this in person. And I think while it's a little more difficult logistically, certainly works to help us all be informed as we make these decisions moving forward. And there are several items on the agenda tomorrow in our regular meeting agenda that we'll be addressing on things that we discussed and heard about today. So thank you. With that, we're going to go into, and we're right on time. I can't believe this, 12:55. We're going to go into the Employer Trip Reduction Program rulemaking update. And we have a guest today, Mike Silverstein, who is the Executive Director of the Regional Air Quality Council. And Mike, we will, if you're here and attending, we'll turn this over to you to get started.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Stewart. I appreciate the opportunity to address the commission today. And as Karen mentioned, I am the Executive Director of the Regional Air Quality Council. And I'm here today to present on this Employee Trip Reduction Program proposal that the State Department of Health and Environment is advancing to the Colorado Air Quality Control Commission. I'm not part of the state organization. The RAC is an independent organization, a nonprofit that's what is designated as the lead planning agency for air quality for the Front Range community. And I'm here as kind of a pitch hitter for the state, as they are really tied up in preparing for the Air Quality Control Commission meeting tomorrow. And I was asked to present on this because the Regional Air Quality Council initiated this effort of exploring an employee trip reduction program about a year ago. And we've been working with stakeholders over this past year to evaluate both voluntary and potential regulatory initiatives to reduce employee commute trips. And we did a lot of stakeholder work and came up with a framework for a regulatory approach. And then the state of Colorado, in its greenhouse gas pollution reduction roadmap, identified ETRP, as it's called, as a potential strategy to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and meet the state goals for greenhouse gas emission reductions and climate improvement. And they tapped our process and sort of took it to the next phase and developed a regulatory package from the work of the RAC. And so I'm here today to present a presentation that the State Air Pollution Control Division presented many times in stakeholder processes and public meetings. Again, I'm not a member of not a state employee or of a state agency, but I have knowledge of the program, and I think I can walk through this presentation for you all today and answer any questions you might have. So let me begin. So I know that was a lot of background, but I needed to get that out front for all of you. A little bit of background on ozone and greenhouse gas emissions and transportation. As you all are very much aware, we do not meet air quality standards for ozone in the Front Range area, all the way from Douglas County through the Denver metro area and up through Larimer and Weld counties as well, are all classified as non-attainment. And we are now a serious non-attainment area, and on the precipice of becoming a severe non-attainment area as classified by the EPA. And that means that we have failed to attain the air quality standards in a timely fashion. It doesn't mean air quality is worse. It means that our ozone levels still are not at levels that are deemed to be compliant with federal health standards, and we're not attaining those standards on schedule. And so we are being downgraded to severe, and it just necessitates additional emission reduction strategies to improve ozone. And we also have a significant reach to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the state, and transportation is now the largest sector for greenhouse gas emissions moving forward. And so, as I mentioned, the RAC, the Regional Air Quality Council staff, at the direction of its board, developed a framework with our partners, and the state has since taken that framework into a proposed rule. So there's just been numerous stakeholder meetings. I think we can zip through some of these slides here. Lots of different stakeholder engagement processes at the state level to gather information and get perspectives from numerous local governments and state agencies, large businesses, small businesses, large employers, as we call them, and work to develop a refined proposal that is now being presented to the Air Quality Control Commission beginning tomorrow at its monthly meeting. It's what we call a request for hearing. And if the commission agrees to set a hearing, it likely will occur over the in the August timeframe, August 19 and 20. So at least a little bit of background on ETRPs. This is nothing new. ETRPs have been deployed successfully across the United States for many, many years. And it requires large employers to develop and implement a plan that reduces the number of single occupant vehicle or SOV trips to and from the work site. So there's a mix of ways to go about this. EPA has guidance, but it's not mandatory that everyone has the same kind of plan. It can be tailored to the individual community's needs based on a small town, a large city, or in our case, a multiple urban area, multiple large county district that we have. And so the state has crafted a proposal that would apply to each large employer where 100 or more employees report to that work site on a daily basis. And that would be in the non-attainment area, that Front Range community. It was originally thought that such a plan could extend statewide, but the state decided to focus on the non-attainment area because we needed to gain emission reductions for ozone compliance. Also, those greenhouse gas emission reductions are important. And if this proves to be a viable effort, it could be expanded in the future across the state if appropriate. And many of the transportation management associations you're all familiar with in the Front Range area have voluntarily deployed programs similar to ETRP. The Way to Go partnership is one through DRCOG. And so the TMAs, DRCOG, many different communities have done voluntary initiatives to work with large employers and small employers to reduce those commute trips. So this is really important. What ETRP is not is the title of the slide. And basically, it is not a ban on commuting to perform work duties. This doesn't focus on the employee. It focuses on the employer. And it's basically a flexible approach. It's not a one-size-fits-all method to gain compliance with a standard. It does not force anyone to do anything. It's not forcing commuters over to carpools, transits, or bikes or other services. It doesn't limit travel on other activities outside of that commute, such as shopping, taking kids to school, entertainment, vacations, etc. So what is ETRP? What will it require? Well, basically every ETRP plan across the nation has some essential elements. And a key important element is the designation of an employee transportation coordinator for the large employer. So again, a 100 employee worksite would have to have an employee transportation coordinator selected by the company or the large employer, the agency, to help coordinate staff's efforts. And it's to develop and implement a plan to achieve the commute rate reduction goals. And I'll talk about those goals in a second. Basically, it requires annual surveys of employees to assess how they're commuting. What are their modes? What are their practices? How they get to and from the work site on a regular basis. And then it requires annual reporting. And then there's a timeline to achieve reductions. So by early to 2022, the assignment of this ETC or this coordinator, it could be a contractor, it could be an in-house employee, to coordinate these efforts and complete an initial employee survey. And then the plan is developed and put into place beginning in mid-2022, so a year later. And then by mid-2023, the initial reduction goal should be achieved by each large employer. So there's just so many ways that the employers can deploy their SOV commute reduction plan to achieve these goals. And it's, it can include, but it's not limited to telecommuting, which is really proven to be an attractive opportunity based on our COVID pandemic response experience, where we've learned to telecommute, we've learned to work from home. And if that can continue in some semblance, that's a very, easy to achieve and deploy strategy. Again, flexible and compressed work schedules are very closely related to telecommuting, where, for example, you allow employees to work 4 long days instead of 5 days, and that you're eliminating a work trip right there. Public transit benefits and subsidies, really common in other areas where large employers incentivize the use of transit, and through the purchase of RTD eco passes or bus coupons, whatever that transit service might be in a local community. Ride sharing, there are carpool matching services already in place at DRCOG, for example, that they're willing to kind of expand to the entire Front Range so that ride sharing can occur. A large employer, if they're sort of far away from transit, outside of the urban area, could deploy a shuttle service. That happens quite often in other areas. Parking management. So many large employers, really offer unlimited parking. You could decide as a large employer to limit your parking, save money on that big parking garage that you want to build, and instead incentivize other ways for employees to get to and from work. And if you're going to say charge for parking, it does make sense to incentivize those other approaches. Bike commuting services, whether you have bike lockers or racks, showers on site, et cetera, that encourages biking and other, more, intensive efforts to get to work. Next. So here's some examples of some different companies that have gone through, their own voluntary programs where they've had great experience and good testimony of how they put together a plan to reduce SOV commute rates on their own, or with help from DRCOG's Way to Go program, for example, to reduce SOV commute rates, at various times. So we have these 4 examples here, kind of a diverse group of examples here where, you know, based on transit availability or other sorts of incentive programs or services, these companies are able to achieve very dramatic reductions in SOV use. So again, just some examples. Go ahead next, thanks. Really, it can have some benefits to a large employer. It's just not a cost. And these are important. It can reduce overhead costs, enhance employee recruitment and retention. Many employees say, you know, they hate that commute trip. And if they could find, you know, either a discounted way to get to work or flexibility in work scheduling, such as through telework or flex schedules, that, you know, keeps them at that work site and keeps them at home. And, you know, everyone knows how expensive it is to retrain and recruit new employees. This expanded employee benefits with low or no cost and commute saving options. You know, it can enhance corporate public images and reduce employee stress and enhance that productivity and allow for employment opportunities for the disabled and underserved communities that can't either get to work readily or are unable to work traditional work hours. So there's some next steps here. You know, there's been a really strong effort by the division and previous to that through the Regional Air Quality Council to gather input from community members and businesses and organizations and local governments, these large employers and small employers on ETRP. And then the stakeholder meetings, you know, we have really a big list and a record of what these meetings were and what kind of input was given. And the state has been very gracious in thanking everyone for their participation and hopes that this rulemaking ahead of us goes well. I have some additional slides that we've crafted for other meetings that I don't think I have time to share with you all today, but it goes into some detail now that the draft regulation is out. But I'm happy to answer questions, and I think I'll use those resources to provide additional information if you'd like to hear more.
Thanks for your presentation, Mike. If you wouldn't mind, commissioners, if you have a question or comment, please put it in the chat box and I'll call on you. And meanwhile, while I'm waiting, I guess I'll weigh in that as part of the Smart Commute Metro North TMO in the North region, we've been very active in the stakeholder outreach for all of this. We do a lot of this every day with employers in our region. And I think most employers don't think this is onerous, that this is something that they can accommodate. And many of the TMOs through the Way to Go program and through their own programs have all sorts of tools in their toolbox. One of the tools that we use quite frequently with an employer is a commute optimization map using data from HR to do origin destination maps. And then we use those maps to figure out where clusters of van pools and carpools can be organized and how close people are to transit options, and to give employers ideas of, if you're 5 miles from a transit option, is it worth the employer putting in a shuttle service that could take them from where transit exists to where their final destination is. And so we're eager to see what happens with all of this. And I think we've had quite a lot of engagement in our North area, and I think all the TMOs have as well. So now we're starting to get questions and comments, and I'll start with Commissioner Brackey, then Commissioner Vasquez, and then Commissioner Adams.
Great. Thank you so much, Mike, for being here today. I just want to acknowledge for the Transportation Commission that I also serve on the RAC board. And I just really appreciate the work that Mike and his staff have done through the RAC to convey these presentations out to many groups such as us today, but you've been out all over the Front Range with these presentations and sharing this information with public sector, private sector, nonprofit groups. So I know you guys have really been doing the road show. So thank you for all of the outreach that you are doing and seeking input from all of the different stakeholder groups. I want to acknowledge the comments that were provided by the North Front Range MPO recently on this. I thought they had some great suggestions, particularly around how this program could get structured in a way that tailors the requirements and opportunities for different, recognizing different land use contexts. So the options and travel choices that employees and employers have access to in an urban area like Denver may be very different than what they have access to in a smaller community. So as the rulemaking process goes forward, it'll be interesting to see how that ability to tailor the program to those different context needs would be great. But similar to Chair Stewart, I really support this work. I think it's really important. I think the regional transportation management associations and organizations have really have an opportunity to help to do this and help provide that customer service to the private sector employers. So I'm really excited to see this move forward. I think that the other piece that's really important for us to keep in mind as the Transportation Commission is that this is very directly connected to our new CDOT statewide plan. In particular, I'm looking at the state plan and the section on our commitment to community health and equitable and healthy transportation. And so this is an opportunity, again, to work across multiple state agencies and with the public and private sectors to help live into those goals that are in our statewide plan. So I think it's exciting in that way as well. I also, just from personal experience living and working in other parts of the country, I mean, 30 years ago, that had these types of programs, and they are very effective. Not only from an air quality standpoint, but frankly, from an economic vitality standpoint in supporting the needs of our regional employers and their employees. That we all know people are having to live farther and farther away from where they work based on high housing prices. And so if there are ways that we can all work together to help support access to jobs and sustainable commute choices, I think this is a really exciting opportunity, and great to see Colorado in the space kind of catching up with some of the other states around the country. So I appreciate all of the work and again, the outreach, and look forward to more feedback from different organizations and different groups on the specific rulemaking language. So thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Brackey. Commissioner Vasquez.
Mike, thank you very much for the presentation. And I am wondering, you would be the person to ask whether there is any baseline data that feeds into models regarding the number of single occupancy vehicle commutes that would be the baseline for this program for all employers who have more than 100 employees. That's your current contingent of employers that you're working with, and feed that into a model to see with a certain percentage participation what the impact would be on ozone levels. Do we have that data?
Yes, we do, and we do and we don't. Let me qualify that. That's a weaselly answer for you, but it's what I have. We would have had really excellent baseline data, except for a pandemic. It just changed everything. Right in the beginning of our process, we shut down, and now as we're reopening differently. Things are different than they were. You know, folks are maybe in a permanent work at home situation where they never worked at home before. So we didn't have the benefit of starting from a baseline of today, because today is still way up in the air. And so we talked about this a lot.
No pun intended.
Yes, yes, you're
way
right.
Up in the air. Yes.
We talked about this a lot in our stakeholder process, and we came to the conclusion that there was just no way we could go back to 2019, but then, you know, is that really relevant to what today is like? So our assumptions in this rule is that everybody's driving to work alone. And we all know that's not true on every day. Nobody's riding the train, nobody's riding the bus, or they ever will. So we have basically 100% SOV rate. But in reality, pre-COVID, we were at about a 75% SOV rate across the Denver metro area. That was a number that came out of Dr. Cogg's work through the census. And so we decided that, well, let's just make this easy on everyone and not say establish a baseline for your business and reduce from there, because that could be viewed as not equitable, because some companies have been doing great work for years and some have done nothing. Some agencies have been doing really good work and some have done very little. So to say to the organization, you had a 50% SOV rate and you better get down to 40, where you had 100%, you got to get to 90. That didn't seem right. So we said, let's set a standard or a goal of 75% to begin with, and then turn it down, ratchet it down to 60%. And that's essentially 1 day a week to 2 days a week, where you don't drive alone on average to work. And anything counts, whether it's riding the bus, a carpool, working from home. Hey, I took a vacation day this week. That counts. You're not on the road commuting to work. And so these surveys will be the telltale sign of how large employers do. And the state has come to the conclusion that their enforcement won't be, if you don't meet that standard, here's your notice of violation and your penalty. It's let's work at this from the other way. Let's develop good plans. Let's put together, let's come up with good ideas on how to deploy an employee trip reduction program that's unique to your office. Submit that plan to the state reviews it, and the large employer has 2 years to make it come true. And if they meet the mark, great. If they're already meeting the mark, they could do an initial survey and say, we're already there. You don't have to do a plan. You don't have to have a designated person and pay their salary, for 10% of their time to do this thing. You're already there and you have a basically you're good for a year. Do a survey every year and confirm that, and that's how it goes. But if you're not meeting your mark, you got to work harder to improve that plan. And so that's the state's strategy for enforcement, is to work with each large employer to deploy a better and better plan if they're not hitting the marks.
And do you have the numbers where you can print?
So we have to assume we're starting from 0 SOV, or everyone's driving alone. We get to 60% SOV across the Front Range, and we can calculate the emission reduction benefits. And we know that we're going to reduce, when it's fully deployed, about 2 tons of ozone precursors every day. And that's a significant reduction in precursor emissions. And then, hundreds of thousands of tons per year of greenhouse gas emission reductions. And that's really key to help the state meet those goals. So if at a 60% SOV rate, the benefits of this program will be realized, and we should see better air quality and improved climate conditions.
And are those numbers calculated assuming they're all ICE vehicles and a certain emission rate?
Right, and they're all we have a standard. We have air quality emission models that for the mobile source sector that says if you're model years, we assume an average of vehicle age. We have to come up with some generalizations, of course, an average commute trip, round trip commute rate. So we plug those into the model and we can gain those emission reduction benefits. And those are part of the state's record now going into the rulemaking process.
And does the model also over time reflect a penetration of EVs?
Well, EVs will count. If you're driving that EV, bang, you're not emitting at all. And so you're making up for your fellow employees that may not be doing, anything. But so EV use of 5 days a week would be equivalent to, 2.5 people, not driving alone, or 2 people not driving alone twice a week. It's, there's some math there, and don't test my math skills.
Yeah,
but
it just depends upon where the power. It just depends upon where the power is coming from, right?
Exactly. It's about
whether it's clean or still cold.
But if you can do it through electrification, good for you. And then you can, it's not good for congestion, but it's, you can drive that EV and be in compliance with this program.
Well, thanks so much for taking my questions, Mike.
Oh, you're welcome.
Mike, thank you very much.
Commissioner Adams.
Mike, thank you very much for the presentation. It's very informative to me. I might have missed this point. You might have talked about it at the very beginning, but in case you didn't, I love the direction of this. I love the idea of this. I'm curious because you talked a lot about what employers can do, what big companies can do. And I'm curious about incentives in order to, help them to get to the right answer here. Even though it should be obvious based on the data, but sometimes they don't operate that way. Are there anything, buckets of money or other incentives, either in the President's Infrastructure Act or things we're doing at the state level that could be used or would be used as incentives for those employers who are putting programs in places and other things, whether it's things to encourage employees to ride share, or whether it's programs to encourage the use of public transportation or other things? Are there buckets of money that would be available to people in business? Large companies come to mind mostly, specifically, that would help. But I also know some small employers in Denver who are currently paying rapid transit fees for their employees to get to and from Denver Airport. But I'm looking for other things like that that would be incentives for people to do what we all want them to do.
Well, sure. That's a really important question. I think a two-part answer. From the assistance side, not money, but I guess labor and information. DRCOG, the TMAs, the RAC, the state have committed to provide, multiple resources to the large employers to help them craft the plan and deploy the plan. So those surveys that are going to be required, that's going to be a standard survey that DRCOG already has in its Way to Go program that can be made available to all large employers at no cost. Of course, there will be a cost to DRCOG, and so the state is looking to see through the transportation proposal that's working its way through the legislature. There's a non-attainment fund. Can those monies be, steered towards the TMAs, to DRCOG, to help those organizations then help the large employers with the surveying, with a dashboard, a centralized place where everyone, hey, I logged my commute trips. I'm Mike, and I drove to work twice this week. I biked once, and I rode the train twice. We can log that so you don't have to keep track of all that, that detail without a centralized approach. And the TMAs have already been working in this space to provide, tips on how you can get your employees to, use alternative modes. There's also provisions in the rule that are some exemptions. Like I said, if you're already doing this and you met the mark, you're done. There's no additional cost or requirement. And the survey work will be done for you through the Way to Go process if you take advantage of that. Also, if you deploy you don't want to do this at all. You just say, I'm not interested in this, but you can achieve equivalent emission reductions another way. Say you replace an industrial, a boiler or a polluting piece of equipment that's aging anyway in your business, and that achieves similar emission reductions. Good for you. Submit that plan to the state, they'll approve it. You don't have to do ETRP, and because you did something different. So I think this plan is geared towards the greatest flexibility that we can craft with the large employers.
But Mike, I'm going to take a
question about money.
Yeah, my question really is, I understand there are lots of resources available through DRCOG and other people, but as an old business guy myself, when I looked at business cases in terms of the justification for doing something, if I couldn't get an ROI on it and I couldn't make it make sense to me, I didn't do it, even if it meant sticking with old technology that was fully depreciated or other ways of doing things. I didn't have a lot of motivation, to really kind of play the game. And we've got some ambitious, greenhouse gas emission goals as a country and as states that we're trying to achieve. And, a lot of these big employers can really be very helpful if there's something in it for them. Yeah. And if we don't have something in it for them, so if we're going to spend $3 trillion on infrastructure and other things, it would be nice if there were some. I'm just making a suggestion, which we all probably would acknowledge. It would be nice if there was some money in the pot so that P&Ls and bottom lines were also helped by, for doing the right thing. So sure. If there's something that was in it, I haven't heard of anything personally. And,
there,
and it sounds like we don't have anything either from what you're describing, other than a great willingness to help companies, with resources and other things, which I applaud. But certainly somewhere along the way, I think some other kind of incentives, like we've done for other things, tax credits to Tesla bias, for example, and other things we've done in order to help people get down the path and things in terms of things we want them to do. I just think those would be really helpful. And I know if they were easy to do, they would be already part of the package and on the table. So I'm not suggesting otherwise, but I'm stating the obvious probably, and we all would agree that it would be nice if we had it.
well, thank you, Commissioner. And there aren't, as part of this proposal, funding allocations to help in the form of grants, but there are tax incentives that are already in the code that can be used for employee trips, pre-tax withholding, for like a pre-tax savings account that can be applied to bus pass purchases. RTD is rethinking its entire cost structure, and this is part of their thinking as well. How can we get more ridership? And more ridership means more revenue. And if they have some, discounted or other streamlined approaches they can throw in on this to get more and more people on the bus, on the train, that's a cost reduction for that large employer. And so those are things that I think we're going to go through these next years. We at the RAC, we offer, large incentives for electrification at the work site, whether it's, for heavy duty diesel equipment retiring to go to electric, or for delivery vehicles and trash refuse pickup. Electrification grants where you can put in charging stations so those folks with EVs can commute their 30 miles to work and get a quick charge at the office. And we pay for 80-90% of the fee for that, and so that can help a large employer comply. So yeah, we're trying to craft multiple packages, but in the end, it's like every air pollution control strategy out there. The polluter has a responsibility to develop a program and comply with the requirements, and there are costs, and that's acknowledged in the proposal. But those same costs typically are passed on to the employee in the form of incentives or job flexibility. So it's not that it's it evens out that way, but we understand it's a cost on the business and the large employer, and there's going to be a lot of conversation about assistance in that area.
Oh, thank you, Mike. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Other questions or comments for our speaker? Well, I don't see any. Thank you very much, Mike, for taking the time today. And we're going to follow up your presentation with an update on greenhouse gas proposed rulemaking and policy directive. So we're going to just move right in from one thing about air quality to the next. So thanks very much, and we appreciate it. And we'll provide the Commission with information to contact you if they have further questions. Thanks so much. Right, let's go on to Rebecca and Teresa. And it's interesting, I think, before we get into this, to just mention that several of us saw Teresa in person, still masked, but in person last week. And I kept thinking I knew her from somewhere, but couldn't figure out who she was until afterwards she sent a note saying it was nice to see you three in person. So I can't wait till we're back together again and we can actually see the faces of each other and meet in person. But I'm going to turn this over now to Rebecca and Teresa. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I appreciate that wholly. I've been working with Teresa now since November, and I've only seen her once. And it's odd to spend so many hours with somebody, but completely virtually. Thank you for the time today. I'm grateful that these two agenda items were back to back because they are both addressing the common theme of greenhouse gases and transportation. Just to step back for a moment for the Commission, as a reminder that the greenhouse gas roadmap, when it looked across the transportation sector and looked at what we need to do overall, actually came up with 8 different strategies that cover electric vehicles and heavy duty. What you are hearing today are 2 concepts that really focus on reducing VMT. And so this is the other idea that we've been working on for several months. Been fortunate to be able to give you all monthly updates. And I'll have Teresa walk you through kind of the current thinking. But I do just want to offer just overall for the commission to know we are still in the development stage on this combined sort of rule and policy because this is a sort of a joint process with the Air Quality Control Commission. And because of just the overall complexity of this, we really want to make sure we get it right. And so we are at a good moment now to kind of brief you on where we're at, but there's much more to come. And I look forward to that kind of continued dialogue. So I will let Teresa kind of walk through the current thinking. Things have kind of advanced even since these slides, but I think it gives you a good snapshot of where the staff's head is now and much more to come, and be looking forward to the discussion afterwards. Teresa, are you on? And a real person?
Thanks, Rebecca. And so nice to meet you, some of you in person. I agree, I'm not a computer image, I'm truly a real person. So thank you so much, and good afternoon, commissioners. So I'll just walk you through a few slides, as Rebecca said, on our current thinking. Just a little bit, I know some of these slides are a little bit of review, but just to kind of get you back in the greenhouse gas framework, we are still looking at this greenhouse gas transportation rule, and then also a policy. And really the rule kind of sets the overall framework. And that rule it's all informed by stakeholders, all informed again by our standing advisory group. But that rulemaking process would be led by CDPHE and supported by CDOT, and then ultimately approved by the Air Quality Control Commission. Now, the policy is really where a lot of these details are. And as many of you know, this is very complex. And so the policy can really get into some of those details. And so that will really describe the specifics of how this all works in practicality. So again, that policy is through CDOT, continually informed by our stakeholder group, and then we'll come to you for approval by the Transportation Commission. So the next slide. Again, mostly review, but the thinking is a statewide greenhouse gas budget. So we're looking at the state budget, looking at different sub budgets for MPOs, and we're looking at total projected emissions from vehicles that are traveling across our systems, across our roadways. And the budgets, again, we're planning to set them at our 10-year intervals. So we're looking at 2030, 2040, and 2050. We have a new graphic that I'll talk about in just a few slides that kind of shows this a little bit more visually because it seems so far in the future, but it kind of shows how this would hit for all of the different planning cycles. And again, we're looking at doing a phased implementation that starts with the next round of planning cycles, and then reporting requirements to CDPHE. The next slide, please. Okay, so as you all know, we've been working very closely with CDPHE on the rule concepts that we're talking about. We also are meeting really frequently with our advisory group. Our advisory group was up to meeting once a week for over a month there. So we've been working very, very closely with our advisory group and hearing lots of input on this. We're in the framework now, again, working with CDPHE to establish the state budget and the MPO sub-budgets. That's required a lot of interagency coordination. As we've talked about previously, there's 2 modeling efforts that are involved in this. So we have our statewide travel model through CDOT, and then in order to get the greenhouse gas emissions from that, it goes over to the CDPHE, their MOVES model. So a lot of collaboration and coordination, a lot of modeling runs just to kind of see what this all looks like. So much work, and huge shout out to both our modeling team and also to CDPHE for all of the continued coordination. We also have economic impact analysis scenarios that we're factoring into the modeling as well. So we've briefed you on some of those different items and what we're looking at, how to achieve out years budget amounts. So those are also getting factored into the modeling. So again, a lot of work. And then we're also, considering different ways of allocating the sub-budgets. So there's a lot of different conversation. We've been meeting with the MPOs on what that would look like, looking at different areas of the state. We're looking at population, VMT, we're looking at greenhouse gas emissions. And so just kind of thinking about what are the different ways that we could look at this. And then also just incorporating all the feedback from our stakeholder meetings. So we had our last set of regional meetings, which I'll get into some of the details on what those all looked like and how those have been really helpful. And then additionally, comment letters that we're receiving. The next slide. Okay, so this is our little patchwork quilt. As you can tell, it's kind of a lot to take in, but the idea with this is a visual representation of how this would apply to both CDOT's 10-year plan and the MPO's regional transportation plans. So we've been getting feedback that our stakeholders want to kind of see what this looks like. So you can see that the timeline starts in 2021 and goes out to 2050. And these are just estimated timelines because, so we've been working with the MPOs to kind of figure out based on when their last plan was submitted, when it's likely their next plan would be submitted, and kind of start to understand what this would look like in practicality. And you can kind of see there's a lot of plan documents that are in here. So it's exciting and also a little bit, it's a lot, but we wanted to get it in front of you so you can kind of see the first line, as you can see, is CDOT in the 10-year plan. And so you can see how many times we would incorporate greenhouse gas emissions and the modeling that's required as part of the rule into that plan. So again, we're looking at 2030, 2040, 2050 are out years, but that would be when the plan and the modeling would become due. And then similarly, we have the 5 MPOs on here as well. So we think this is a nice way to kind of, again, just visually get to see that this is a lot of work in order to incorporate this, and then also how to analyze it, how to address emissions, and making sure that we're on track. The next slide, please. Okay, so shifting gears a little bit to the policy. And again, as I mentioned, this is really where the detail lies on how to do this in practicality. So it will outline the Transportation Commissioner's role, in addition to the requirements of why we're doing the policy to begin with. We'll have a schedule on how these are incorporated into the transportation plans and the timing for that. We'll talk a lot about what are the greenhouse gas reduction opportunities. So this is the whole, how do we mitigate, how do we look at greenhouse gas emissions in many different areas of transportation planning? And then the idea is that we would also allocate, what does that mean? What is the equivalency? And then also, we had a great conversation with MPOs, but just understanding how equity fits into this and what's being currently done, and just understanding that aspect of it as well. So again, for the policy directive, we've been working with the Department of Public Health and Environment in our advisory group, kind of thinking about the different types of mitigation that this might include. So we've acknowledged, and we kind of presented a couple of slides at our last briefing about the fact that MPOs have a little bit of a different set of mitigation measures that they can look at versus CDOT. So we're just trying to understand what that all looks like, and then again start to figure out, well, how do you quantify this? And so we're anticipating some sort of procedural directive to accompany the policy directive to really start to allocate what those measures would look like. The next slide. So our next steps are a rulemaking, as I mentioned, through the CDPHE rulemaking process, and then the policy directive to come to you for approval. So as I mentioned, we'll continue meeting our stakeholders with our advisory group and look forward to bringing those forward. Next slide, please. And I think, I guess that is all that I have. With that, I can turn it back. Rebecca, did you want to add more?
Nope, but thanks, Teresa. I am happy to take questions, Chair.
All right, that sounds good. Does anyone have any questions or comments for Teresa or for Rebecca?
Madam Chair, I do. This is Bill Tebow.
Right, go ahead, Commissioner.
Right. I want to actually let my fellow commissioners know that in consultation with our chair and our vice chair and legal counsel, I'm working on a resolution which we can discuss in June, for the Transportation Commission to be granted party status in the rulemaking process. I can sort of go into some preliminary thinking with you if you'd like, but ultimately I want to assure that the commission has a place at the rulemaking table so that we can help determine what impact the rules are going to have on the projects and programs that we have approved or will be approving in the future. But I think with regard to the schedule, working on a resolution in June would be the best timing. I had thought about bringing something before the commission this month, but as I say, after talking with legal counsel, I think it might be premature. So I just wanted to let my fellow commissioners know that, and of course the staff, but you know, I can kind of go into a little more of my thinking, at least my preliminary thinking on it if it needs to be done.
I think it might be helpful, Commissioner Tebow, to give a little more background on the process of how we believe having party status could help us determine how to implement the rule as our authority on the Transportation Commission. If you wouldn't mind just giving a little more detail.
Sure, it's complicated, but I'll try to simplify it as much as I can. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of legislation with respect to this area. There's a lot of executive orders that the governor has issued and other policy directions that entities have directed in this whole matter. What I go back to is the fact that under our enabling statute with the powers and authority of the Transportation Commission, we are authorized with rulemaking authority, and we are given that authority as an obligation as primary policy makers relating to the preservation and enhancement of our environment, and in the planning and selection, construction, and actual operation of all our transportation projects. So I really feel as though we need a seat at the rulemaking table to be sure that everything is harmonized. I don't see that it's an effort to become obstinate in any way or recalcitrant in any way. We just have the statutory obligation and the power and the authority as it exists now to take care of the environment, and the statute's very specific about that. So I just think we can't be overlooked in terms of our rulemaking authority. Now, there are some things that are going on that we don't have any control over, and that is, you know, the current transportation bill that's being debated in the legislature. And my understanding is that there may be a provision in that bill when it's finally adopted and signed into law by the governor that that grants even more rulemaking power to the Transportation Commission. So I'm not trying to address that. I'm just trying to address the present case and to try to make sure that whatever power and authority we have under our statute as it exists today, we are obligated to carry that out. And so it gets a little more complicated than that, because I think, as we've all seen, there's a Senate Bill 200 that the governor has, at least in the articles that I've read in Southern Colorado, has agreed or has threatened to veto if it's passed by the legislature. And it gives wide, the bill itself gives pretty wide authority to the Air Quality Control Commission to adopt rules that might affect the economy of the state of Colorado. And I think there's concerns that that unelected board would be able to do such a thing. There was a recent letter that I think that I received a copy of from COPERG, questioning the fact that that perhaps our department and indirectly the commission doesn't have any mechanism in place to deal with greenhouse gases, and that's just not true. And I think that was pointed out by our capable executive director. So there's just a lot of arrows out there that are coming into the transportation sector of this issue. And I think with the responsibilities we have, we just can't be doing the bidding of others. We have to be at the table, helping with the rulemaking process, determining what policy directives we want to undertake, giving our executive director the flexibility to have procedural directives with respect to those policy directives, and handle it just like we would normally handle any transportation matter that comes within our purview. So there's a lot more to it, and there's a lot of legal issues involved, I'm sure, but I'm trying to work through those, and was hoping to have a greater conversation, a greater discussion in June, by perhaps having a good workshop on the subject and going over everything in more detail.
Thank you very much. I've got a stacking order now of Commissioner Vasquez, Brackey, and then Stanton.
And I'll defer to my fellow commissioners. I'll go last.
Thank you. Commissioner Brackey.
Okay, thank you. And that's interesting information to hear, Commissioner Tebow. I'd like to learn more about that. I guess I have more of a logistical type question, and I was wondering if we could go back to the slide that had the schedule laid out, because I thought that was really helpful to try and see how the timeframes work or are proposed to work with this in terms of the regional planning processes and the CDOT planning process. Yeah, that one. So thank you for creating that that visual. It's really helpful for me. I guess what I'm curious though about is if I'm interpreting the graphic correctly, in the Front Range area, in terms of North Front Range and DRCOG, and in this case CDOT, this rulemaking process wouldn't affect our planning for 3 to 5 years, 3, 4, 5 years out. And so I guess I'm just concerned about that, because I feel like just like air quality, greenhouse gas emissions and our climate commitment, it's a pressing issue now, and there's a cost of not addressing it. And I'm worried about pushing these targets or these milestones out so far to even get started, that we're already behind. And so it's just going to help us get more and more behind. And so is there a way to integrate the new rulemaking process sooner? I mean, I think it's helpful in, could that be done through any type of plan amendment process in 2022, so that we're not continuing to lose, literally years of time on this and losing ground. And so I guess I'm curious about that, but this image is very helpful and I appreciate you putting it together. I just wish there was a way to move the yellow dots closer into the near term rather than push so far away. So could you explain what the options are to do this in a different time frame?
Sure, Commissioner. It's a good question, and I would ask the Commission to actually look at this graphic more as a representation of the complexity of the fact that we have 5 MPOs on their own planning schedules that, as you can see, are not aligned. It would be great if everyone was adopting plans at exactly the same time frame, and that's not what we have. And then we have CDOT's own time where we're on this sort of 4-year cycle. And now kind of a new body of work that we're looking at, which is the 10-year plan. So this graphic is more meant to represent that. I think the issues you raised, Commissioner Brackey, are still ones we're working through in terms of the exact sort of trigger date and start date. I will say, though, that we've heard very strongly from the MPOs that once they've adopted a plan, just like with our adoption of the 10-year plan, that reflects a commitment to the public. And they are much more encouraged by a framework that would put a lot of these provisions in with their next plan so that they can do all that work with the public, knowing that greenhouse gases will be a part of the discussion and not have to go backwards. And, you know, I think CDOT feels similarly that we have a strong commitment to deliver our 10-year plan. It doesn't mean we can't be very thoughtful about how we deliver those projects to the public, which is what we're trying to do. But just to give you a little context there, that please interpret this now as just more a reflection of complexity, but those exact issues you're raising are part of what we're discussing now.
Okay, I appreciate your response on that, and I think it does illustrate the challenges and I would say the opportunities to fix a couple of things at the same time, because again, I mean, some may view it as going backwards. I think it's really about making sure that each time we bring a plan forward, whether it's the CDOT statewide plan or any of the regional plans, they're always conveyed as they are living documents, and they are meant to evolve and grow and refine as we go, rather than being static plans for 4 or 5 years or 10 years. And so I'm not saying that it changes the list of projects or any of those things that people get wedded to, but I do think there needs to be an evaluation process, or at least the performance measures in these planning processes should be updated sooner rather than later, because we should be at least gathering the data on now, or we're going to get to 2023 or 2024, 2025, and then say, oh, now we need to get data, so this will become the base year. So again, it just keeps kicking the can, and that's my concern. My other, I guess, if I had a magic wand, and maybe you all feel the same way, is I do not understand why the cycles are so different for each of the MPOs. Particularly the one we run into in Northern Colorado is that the travel shed is an interregional travel shed between Northern Colorado from Fort Collins to Denver and vice versa. And yet you have 2 MPOs that are operating on 2 totally different timeframes. It makes it really difficult when communities try to come forward and do joint projects together. And so I guess if there's as a side note to this, or I don't know what process that would come forward through, could there be some more strategic thinking about how to align the schedules for regional plans, at least in areas that share a travel shed? So that might be a conversation for another day, but I think this graphic is really helpful because it illuminates a lot of those challenges and I guess opportunities.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Gordon, then Hickey, and then back to Vasquez.
Thanks, Chair Stewart. First of all, Teresa and Rebecca, I really appreciate the work that's gone into this. You're tackling something that's huge. And a couple things. Economic impact analysis, I think, is key. And getting the broadest spectrum of stakeholder inputs. I'm really glad that you've got the MPOs and the COGs. And I agree with what Commissioner Brackey said. You know, we are all linked together, so you can't quite do this in a patchwork quilt. The other thing I'm concerned about is I think I totally agree with Commissioner Thibault that we need to have a place at the table in the rulemaking, because so many times when stakeholders give their inputs to the rule maker and they do the cost benefit analyses, there's a way to shift things from the top down. And I see us going through CDPHE and up to AQCC. To give an example, a year and a half ago, when we had our first meeting with AQCC, I followed up with some things I said I would and did not get much of a response. So I'm a little bit gun shy right now about ceding control to other authorities. And I think we need to be very careful about that.
Okay, thanks very much for your comment. And the next one is Commissioner Hickey, and then back to Commissioner Vasquez.
Thank you, Chair. I too want to thank Teresa and Rebecca for the presentation and for the focus on what the MPOs need and want. And I know that is a complicated set of coordination. With regard to what Commissioner Thibault said, I fully support that conversation. And want to offer to help in some way. We may end up needing a little subcommittee or something to report back and sift through the amount of information we have. I don't know how that works on a board like this, but I would offer to help. And we may need an executive session with our legal counsel to talk about what the implications of party status are. When we first brought this up a couple of months ago, how we're going to relate to the AQCC, I also wanted to explore whether it's a board to board, more equity between us, with acknowledgement in what the statute says. But I'm wondering if we could set up a meeting with the board or put in our intervention motion a suggestion that there could be an alternative to that, where we meet as co-boards and we provide input or feedback as a board rather than just as a party. A party status is powerful, but we should be more than a party, I guess is what I want to say. And we could let them brainstorm about it, where we could meet and provide policy input as it proceeds. But I just wanted to offer my help. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we appreciate that insight from you, Commissioner Hickey, as well. I think now we'll go to Commissioner Vasquez. I don't see anyone else in the queue at this point.
All right. Again, thank you to both of you for bringing us up to speed on the very, very complex task ahead of you and ahead of us as a commission. But I want to zoom back and look at the greenhouse gas emission reduction roadmap in its entirety, and the complexity that we're talking about just between transportation and CDPHE exists between COGCC and CDPHE. It exists between the PUC and AQCC. It's a very complicated situation when we look at the statewide mandate to try and achieve the emission reduction goals that are lined out in the roadmap. I don't know if any of you saw the report that came out of RMI last week, really calling Colorado to task that they are going to be so far from meeting their goals, even at the first benchmark, that in their opinion, it looks like we have no chance of doing that. So circling back to Commissioner Bracke's comment about that sense of urgency, I wanted to provide an example. We're looking at the need for some adaptive management tools within CDOT, looking at the various MPOs and DRCOG. And the example I'll give is from having served on the BLM RAC for 7 years. Those BLM resource management plans get put in a binder and put on a shelf and live without change for 20 or 25 years. Here in CDOT, we're talking about 10-year and 25-year plans. We need some way to be able to overlay on an existing plan some additional criteria or rules or policies, very much like the BLM did with the sage-grouse plan. It sat on top of and was integrated into existing resource management plans across the West. And that kind of flexibility, I think, is something we need to find within CDOT and within other commissions and boards in the state. If we're ever going to collaborate across all these different buckets of budgets that will be created for emissions reduction in order to have any hope of achieving the kind of goals that have been set out. So that's a question really to Rebecca and Teresa. I'm curious whether you have any thoughts about what forms of adaptive management might be applied here in order to allow us to achieve greenhouse gas reductions, still not give away the power of the commission and the authority of CDOT, and collaborate across all these different entities in the state to meet them.
Thanks, Commissioner. I appreciate the analogy. I actually started my career at BLM working on plans just like that a long time ago. And I completely understand the point that you've made here and Commissioner Brackey, that we not just sit on our hands. And I don't think that's the intent at all. I think in sort of that context of adaptive management, there is so much that goes into how we deliver the projects that that when I look at the plan, it's a list of needs that we've heard from the public and from our data and from your input of areas about the state where we've got congestion issues, we have safety issues, we have other things going on that we need to get out there and address a public need. But how we do that is a very rich discussion that involves transit and alternatives analysis and looking at greenhouse gas emissions through those individual through NEPA, actually looking at greenhouse gases in the same way that we would look at ozone and other pollutants that we really care about. So that to me is where a lot of the body of work should happen and is happening right now. We're in the midst of within the environmental programs branch of relooking at our NEPA manual and our guidance so that we begin to put in those requirements so it becomes a common practice. But you're seeing it happen right now on I-270 in Floyd Hill, where we're having those discussions we need to have. So that in addition to all the work Kay is doing in Office of Innovative Mobility and electric vehicles, none of that is waiting either. We're just trying to be sensitive to the fact that we do have a commitment to the public on addressing these needs and to do everything we can to address our greenhouse gas goals as well.
Commissioner Stewart.
Thanks. And of course, I remember in our early conversations as I was coming onto the board that you told me you work for BLM. So I figured that would resonate with you, those dusty notebooks that sit on the shelf.
Commissioner Stewart.
Yes, Commissioner Hall.
I want to go back to the issue of status. I think Commissioner Tubey has made some really, really good points. And Commissioner Hickey, I appreciate the fact that you think it'd be advisable for us to sit down as board to board. But I think as the statutory obligations that we have as CDOT, I think we should at least have the conversation and possibly a resolution of requesting status in the rulemaking. I think it's an obligation that we have as a statutory agency, that we do need to establish our ability that the rulemaking is part of what we do. And so I'd like to go back to that, or at least request that we possibly have a discussion about it in our June meeting, because I think we should request status in the rulemaking.
Thank you very much. And I see Director Liu is in the queue. Director Liu, I don't see anyone else in the queue if you'd like to go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Chair Stewart. And just to kind of respond on a few of the topics that have been raised, I think on requesting party status definitely makes sense to have that conversation, knowing that how the rule is written and how the kind of policy is crafted could vary in different ways that would have different implications for the respective authorities of the different commissions. So I think some of the questions right now about how it's structured probably bring things to bear on how folks will want to sort of see the different the different roles of the various bodies kind of aligned on this. And, that's something we're very cognizant of in working on it. And, I think as some of the thoughts on what the policy is shift, the questions about how we sort of thread the needle between actions taken by different agencies and different commissions will have to sort of jive accordingly. I think on the question of whether the plan changes or not, I think there's several different areas of priority that we have to sort of think about. And look, there's going to be a conversation, at some point about when we update the cycles of the plans, because the idea, with a plan of any duration has to be that it stays, it stays nimble over time without just kind of flip-flopping on, on things that we said were a priority and then sort of saying they're not. I think that there's an importance from a citizen confidence perspective in staying firm to what we said we were going to do, right? I mean, we all put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into talking to folks on the ground about what we were doing with transportation dollars and making sure that we had a sort of citizen-guided roadmap for how to spend their dollars. So, as we think about sort of the big macro goals, whether it's, the very, very critical environmental imperatives or other, I think we just have to continue to remember that we, have a transparency and accountability commitment that's very tied towards delivering what we said we were going to deliver, knowing that there had been a bit of an unfortunate trend that plans changed very rapidly, and our word in a plan wasn't worth as much as we would have wanted it to be. And the part of what we were trying to do in the plan was, give people the confidence that we're not just going to be mercurial about it, and they can sort of watch an idea go from beginning to middle to end. I think that's different from what cycle you reevaluate the plan on. And that's a conversation we probably ought to begin relatively soon, because what we've been thinking internally is that updating kind of on the 4P cycle would be logical for us, because that's when we typically go back out to the communities and talk about how the world has changed. And that would be a way to build in sort of a 10-year plan updates on an ongoing basis. But I think we just have to make sure that future cycles comport with the same focus on accountability that the original one did, and building that in so that it has staying power is going to, I think, be a broader conversation that will absolutely intertwine with this one, but needs to think about that aspect too. I think finally, I would just point to, I think you've seen our response, Commissioner Vasquez, to the RMI report. Again, I would reiterate that I think it was very, very unfortunate the way they put that document out, because it was done in a way that was more political than substantive.
Yes.
Usually,
yeah, but I thought it was worth raising, right? To get some response.
Look, we're frustrated that we have to be on the rebuttal tour, because we actually agree with what they're trying to do, and we think our model has come a very, very long way from where it used to be, and looking at induced demand as an issue, but. They put something out that was intended more as catnip than a serious conversation, which, again, I think undermines the debate on an ongoing basis. But, we're very committed to having a serious dialogue about induced demand.
Thanks for that.
Well, thanks, everyone. Is there any other comments or questions before we move to the next agenda item?
Could I just say, I really appreciate Director Liu's ability to thread the needle, and it's been a really difficult time. And thank you very much for trying to keep us in balance with the people that you mentioned.
Yeah, and to finish this out, just to say that I think we all recognize the importance of what we're trying to accomplish here, and the responsibility that we have in our roles as transportation commissioners. And I appreciate Commissioner Thibault's words and Director Liu's words, and everyone else who spoke so eloquently about this. It's very complicated, but an important piece of what we are going to be doing in the future. So thanks very much. Thank you, Teresa and Rebecca, and we'll move on to the next agenda item if that's meets with everyone's approval. The next agenda item is Historic Bridges in Colorado's Most Endangered Places List 2021. And we look forward to seeing this presentation. Stack saw it last week, and I thought it was fabulous. So I'm excited to see it again.
Do you want to say anything, Rebecca?
I was just going to introduce you, Lisa.
All right, I'll leave you.
Okay, thanks, Chair Stewart. Who knew we had such beautiful structures? And that's what Lisa will talk about today. For the benefit of the commission, I think many of you know Lisa, but she is our lead historian at CDOT and has spent quite a bit of time working on what we can do to help take care of and preserve some of these bridges. So without further ado, I'll let Lisa take it from here.
Yeah, and I'm assuming I'm going to get some technical assistance here. Thanks everybody for taking some time today. I'll try to get through the presentation pretty quickly, and then there's a short video clip, which is really the highlight of the presentation, in my opinion. I just want to talk a little bit about the Historic Bridge Program and also what we're doing to be more proactive about preserving our historic bridges. So just a little bit of an overview. There is a cultural resources program at CDOT. We're responsible for complying with 2 significant federal historic preservation laws, Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act and Section 4F of the Department of Transportation Act. Both of these laws protect historic properties. Section 106 is what we deal with the most. It requires evaluation of effects of our undertakings on historic properties. So whenever we have projects, we have to determine if they're historic properties and what kind of effects we're having on those. Historic properties have to be at least 50 years old, and they have to meet National Register of Historic Places criteria. So just to sort of get down into the weeds a little bit, bridges and highways can be historic properties, and CDOT maintains over 3,400 bridges, and some of these are historic bridges. And so not only are we maintaining and owning these historic assets, but we're really stewards of historic properties, which I don't think CDOT thinks about itself as a steward of historic preservation, but we have to kind of think that way now. Next slide. So just some background on what we've done to identify historic property or historic bridges. We've done 4 statewide bridge inventories in the last few decades. We've evaluated all of our bridges built through 1968 to determine which ones are eligible to the National Register. In 2002, we actually listed some of our bridges. We listed 32 bridges on the National Register. This is kind of a higher bar. Properties that are listed have to have exceptional significance and integrity. We also have an Adopt a Bridge program. I'll talk a little bit later about one of the bridges that's currently up for adoption. It has been largely unsuccessful. However, we still keep trying. It's mainly limited to bridges that are designed to be moved and that can be pulled apart and reassembled. So through truss bridges, those green steel bridges that you see sometimes on the highway system. We've also done a number of publications. We've done 2 statewide histories of bridge development in Colorado in 1984 and 2004. And then in 2015, we did a special book, The Bridges of Eagle County as Mitigation for our Section 106 process. And it actually won an award from the Historical Society. So it's a pretty neat book. And then we've done a fair amount of interpretation. There's a picture here of an interpretive sign. So for a lot of the bridges we've replaced, we will replace the bridge with an interpretive sign, which isn't quite the same as actually keeping the bridge in place, but it's something. Next slide. Here are just some of the tools that we use to identify bridges that are historic and also to evaluate effects. I won't go through what these are, but there's a lot of information out there on a national level about what makes bridge types historically significant. And then there are a lot of tools that we use internally to help us streamline our compliance process. And throughout this presentation, there are pictures of me trespassing various bridges throughout the state. This is a bridge near Rifle. I think my kids were really worried that we were trespassing in this picture, but we weren't. Next slide. So just some perspective. These are some of the bridges we've lost in probably the last 15, 20 years. You can see a lot of these are through truss bridges. These are the types of bridges people normally associate with being historic and kind of cool, the green steel bridges that you drive through. But we've also lost some other types, some of the concrete, the Luton arches and other bridge types that just aren't going to be built again. Next slide. And here are the replacements. And the reason I wanted to provide that sort of the replacements right after the bridge is lost is just to show you what kinds of bridges we're designing now. They're very functional looking, but they're not very interesting. They have the service life we want. They're solving the transportation problem, but we're not really building things that are that interesting anymore. And I'll talk about that in a few minutes as well. Next slide. So here are some of the challenges to historic bridge preservation. First and foremost, I think the culture at CDOT and probably a lot of DOTs across the country is that when we have a bridge that's, you know, has structural issues or is functionally obsolete, we think about replacement. That's the first thing you think about. And I would like CDOT to think differently, to think more about rehabilitation, taking a deeper look at what's possible with preserving a bridge in place versus just replacing it. So culture is a tough thing to change, but it's something I think we can think about. We also don't have a lot of data when we're doing projects individually and we're looking at rehabilitation as an option. We don't always know what those options are. We're at a point where we already know what the ad date is, we have the funding in place, and we look at rehabilitation because we have to based on those federal laws, but we don't have enough data to really support a rehab option. And then obviously cost. What we found is that rehabilitation, at least in our cost estimates, is a lot more expensive than preserving or than replacing a bridge. And so that tends to be one of those factors that pushes the project in the direction of replacement versus rehabilitation. I've also found in the time I've been at CDOT that local agency projects involving off-system bridges, most local agencies want a new bridge. They are tired of the old bridge, it's not working. They're not interested in putting extra money into rehabilitation or preservation. And then in terms of the adoption program, the challenges there are a lot of challenges with that, but one of them is just coordination and trying to, the timing and planning of finding someone to adopt the bridge, the funding to repurpose the bridge is also another factor. So we have challenges throughout the process of looking at bridge preservation. Next slide. So I don't want to just be all doom and gloom about CDOT and bridges. We do have some preservation successes. So if you look at these bridges, obviously Red Cliff Arch is one of our most iconic bridges in the state. It's a pretty amazing crossing, so I can't imagine that CDOT would want to replace it. So obviously we're going to try to keep that one in good shape and rehabilitate. So we've done some projects to rehab Red Cliff Arch. The Cherry Creek Bridge you're probably familiar with on State Highway 83. We preserved the original arch of that bridge, and we also designed a rail that looked like the old standard doghouse rail. You've probably seen that concrete rail with the slots that look like doghouse openings. The Dolores River Bridge is a late example of a steel through truss bridge that carried State Highway 90 over the Dolores River Bridge near the community of Bedrock. We're actually storing that bridge. I consider that to be a success because I'm really hopeful that we will find a new home for that in another location, maybe on a bike trail where other people can enjoy that structural type. Rainbow Falls is the bridge in El Paso County. A lot of you may know it for the graffiti that's on the substructure, but we also did a variation on the rail for that bridge as well and did some rehab and kept the arch in place. And then the last two photos are through truss bridges, Santa Fe Avenue Bridge in Pueblo. We've done some rehabilitation on that. And then the twin Gunnison River bridges also rehabilitated those bridges as well. So we are capable of preserving historic bridges when it's in our best interest, and maybe the crossing is challenging. It's usually something like that. It's not usually because people are really gung-ho about saving historic bridges, although I would really like for that to be one of CDOT's goals, is to be excited about bridge preservation where we can. Next slide. So, for years we've been identifying our historic bridges and we've been replacing them. But a few years ago, I decided we really need to start thinking more proactively about how we can preserve them in place. We've suffered a lot of attrition to bridge types that will never be built again. And maybe that's not important, but when you think about some of these types that are very visually interesting, they're vanishing off of our transportation landscape. So we did a historic bridge management plan. In the first phase, we looked at all of our eligible and listed bridges, all the bridges that we own that are eligible and listed in the National Register, and then some off-system bridges for a total of 132 in the study. And what we did is we prioritized those. We looked at engineering data and historical data to determine which ones would be the best candidates for preservation based on their engineering data. Because usually what happens in a project is we use the rehab option. Everyone's like, well, it has a really low sufficiency rating. It's functionally obsolete. There are all these problems with it. So now we have that data up front, which is one of the things I talked about earlier. Is we really need to understand what the issues are with these bridges so that we can see which ones make the most sense to maybe try to preserve in place. And as you can see, we looked at a broad spectrum of bridges built from the 1890s to the 1970s, with the bulk of them being, that 1930s period when the New Deal was implemented, and there was a lot of money going to local communities to, build the economy back up and put people back to work during the Great Depression. Next slide. So just a little bit more about how we evaluated and prioritized these bridges. We looked at historical data. We took a really hard look at engineering data. We realized that at CDOT, what's really going to sell is if we show that we really understood the engineering of these bridges. And we really looked at what physical condition these bridges are in and which ones would be the best candidates for preservation. And what we ended up doing is prioritizing them as low, medium, and high priority, with the high priority bridges being the ones that had the best chance of being preserved in place based on their condition. Next slide. So here were our results. We ended up with a lot of high priority bridges. And what we speculated is that unlike other states, like Louisiana has done a study like this, we have a really dry climate and our bridges are actually in pretty good shape. So we had 91 high priority bridges out of the 132 that we looked at. And about half of those are owned by CDOT. And just to show you what a low, medium, and high priority bridge look like, you can't tell by looking at them in the field if they would be low or high priority, because all of these look like great bridges, right? They all look historic and cool, at least they do to me. But these each have a site form that goes with them that talks about all of the methodology and all the engineering data we looked at. They were all assigned a score. And then there's a summary that talks about why they were identified as low, medium, or high priority. So it was a very scientific study for a historic resource report. Next slide. And just a breakdown of where the high priority bridges are by region. So region 2, it makes sense. They have the most on-system high priority bridges. That's where a lot of the New Deal programs, a lot of New Deal bridges were built in Southeast Colorado. That's where the historic Dust Bowl is. So, and then region 3 is next with 14 high priority on-system bridges. And you can see this is a photo of the picture bridge. This is one of the high priority bridges. This is an award-winning structure that was designed specifically so that you would have a sort of a frame for the mountains as you're driving up I-70. It's one of my favorites, and it's a great way. You ride your bike over it, so I recommend that. Next slide. So now what we're working on is phase 2 of historic bridge management. What we've done is we're taking the 46 high priority bridges, and we're assembling a multidisciplinary study panel. So I've assembled engineers and regional environmental staff from across the state, federal highways engineers, people from the State Historic Preservation Office. And we're evaluating these 46 bridges to determine which ones CDOT could commit to preserve in place. This is one of the reasons that I wanted to show this slideshow to you today, is that I really want to get executive support and the commission's support for trying to find a way where we could fund rehabilitation of the bridges that come out of this phase 2 study. I think it's really important for us to, as I mentioned earlier, we own these historic bridges. They're historic properties. We also, highways can be historic as well. Glenwood Canyon and Vail Pass are both historic districts. So we are stewards of historic properties. And I think we need to start thinking about the best ways to preserve those as much as we can. And so one of the goals of phase 2 is to gain commitment from CDOT's executive management for future preservation of these bridges, and to figure out some way that we could fund rehabilitation up front. So when those projects come around for those bridges that we decide we're going to preserve, that we actually have the money and there's not all this scrambling around and worrying about cost. And this is a picture of my kids. This is one of the last of our through truss bridges near to Beck. It's a really spectacular bridge to walk across, although I don't really actually think you're supposed to walk across it, but you should try to walk through a through truss if you ever have a chance. It's a really interesting experience versus being in a car. Next slide. So I'm going to circle back to what I talked about a little bit earlier with Adopt a Bridge. So this is one of the bridges we currently have available for adoption. It's the Gunnison River Bridge. It was built in 1938. It's a 3-span pony truss. So again, we're losing these bridge types. This is one of the last of its type. This 3-span is one of the longest of its type in the state. We did take a really deep dive in rehabilitation and looked at whether or not we could preserve it in place, and decided that replacement made the most sense. It's 383 feet long, and there's 3 trusses. Right now, it looks like Montrose County might be interested in adopting one of the trusses for future vehicular use. So we're pretty excited about that. And I have the town of Bennett may be interested, and I got a call today, I think from somebody from the Boy Scouts, I think is interested as well. So the word is getting out. We sent out a press release. Just yesterday, I did a story with KUNC out at the Boulder Creek Bridge on State Highway 119, and they're going to be airing a story about our efforts to preserve bridges on Monday, if anybody's interested. I don't know how it's going to play out. I just hope she edits me really well. But it should be an interesting story about what we're trying to do. So if you know anybody that wants a span off of a pony truss, put the word out. Next slide. So overall goals, I think, for CDOT and the Historic Bridge Program, I want to build awareness. I want to convey to the public the importance of historic bridges to state and local history. As I mentioned earlier, local communities usually want a new bridge, but they certainly need to look at their bridges too as maybe a way to, use those bridges for heritage tourism. Just think about it differently. We need to redefine preservation. In the past, we've been so concerned about preserving the bridge exactly as it is, and we didn't have enough information to say, okay, we're going to rehabilitate these bridges. Now we need to focus on what makes the most sense to preserve. We know what our high priority bridges are, so we need to think more about preserving what we can and what makes sense to preserve. We need to be proactive and think more about, these are our state historical properties, and they're owned by CDOT. So we need to be more proactive about preserving what's significant for our state. And then I'm really trying to push advocacy and stewardship within CDOT, which is, that's a slow process, but recognizing the importance of what we've built and other historic properties that we own, and thinking about them not so much as something that needs to be upgraded, or when it is upgraded, try to think more about preserving what we can of those resources. And then, earlier I showed you a slide of the bridges that we're designing now. I really want us to be thinking differently about how we design bridges in the future and be more bold. I think in the post-war period, so many of our bridge types were sort of out of the box. Lots of concrete slab bridges that are functional and have a great service life. But I think it's possible to build something that's attractive, that has some architectural detailing. I know that those through truss bridges used to be standard bridges that we built, but they were great looking. We used to put bridge plaques on bridges and take pride in what we built. And I'd like for us to do that again. That's not really my job, but I'm still going to try to push that, because I think, we built some great, look at the Grand Avenue Bridge. That's a great example of what we're capable of doing. I think we can do that on a smaller scale too. It doesn't all have to be like Grand Avenue Bridge. Next slide. So I want to sort of close out with, in the fall, CDOT nominated the 46 high priority bridges to Colorado's Most Endangered Places list, which is a list of threatened properties statewide that's maintained by Colorado Preservation Inc. It's a regional historic preservation group. The 46 bridges are not falling apart. These are actually bridges that are in the best shape, but we felt it was important to help build that awareness I was talking about earlier, and to help build advocacy for bridges as historic properties. When I go to these historic preservation conferences, if you're a DOT historian, you're kind of a bottom feeder, because you're just doing compliance. But really, we have some of our best historic properties. We own some of the best historic properties in the state. If you think about Eisenhower Tunnel, that's a spectacular example of engineering. And it changed the way that transportation looked in our state. And we own that. And it's a historic property. We have Vail Pass. We have great examples of highways built through mountain environments. So we need to take some pride in that and try to spread that that information to the historic preservation community and to local communities that own some of the really cool bridges in the state as well. Next slide. This is my contact information if you have any questions. And then I think we're going to go into, I think there's one more slide. Oh yeah, this is my son. This is how I envision the engineers looking at me when I say, we really need to think about rehabilitation. And he's just like, Mom, we need to get out of here and get off this bridge. Okay, So now we're going to show there's a video clip from the Colorado Preservation Inc. Most Endangered Places. I don't think we can hear it. Can you hear it?
No, I was just about to ask if there's sound.
There should be.
There is no, yeah, it looks like it's trying to play it with sound.
It's really cool. It's better with sound.
In the meantime, while we work on this, maybe somebody can put the link in the chat. So if commissioners want to see it full speed with sound later, they can do that, but we might be able to make it work yet.
Yeah, I think it's really important to see that that clip because it really talks about the challenge of balancing, the bridges that are assets, but also historic properties and how those two things can work together.
You know you're in Red Cliff.
Here we go.
The High Arch Bridge at Red Cliff, Colorado rises 209.
When you see this bridge, you know you're in Red Cliff.
The High Arch Bridge at Red Cliff, Colorado rises 209 feet above the Eagle River.
Bridges can tell stories. As artifacts, they can reveal the history of a county, a town, a state.
Walking under the arches of Red Cliff Bridge transports Kathy Hiker back to the 1930s.
The Red Cliff Bridge is an artifact that came out of Franklin Delano Roosevelt's economic recovery programs during the Great Depression. That was a time when the federal government kicked in a lot of money for road improvements to both jumpstart the economy and also the improvements were needed.
For 2 years, workers braved frigid temperatures, suspended high above the river below.
There are stories of workers spending the entire day on this bridge. They were hoisted up in buckets or on platforms. They packed their lunches with them. And when the workers left, the kids would come out and they used the structure like monkey bars on a school playground.
The bridge would eliminate 2 miles of steep, narrow mountain roads.
A columnist, actually for the state legislature, came and saw the bridge and he wrote about this is the end of the white knuckle drivings where you're praying that you'll get past Red Cliff.
Travelers crossing the bridge can appreciate its utility and beauty as they round Battle Mountain. But many times we cross bridges without even knowing it.
Oftentimes we go from point A to point B in a bit of a hurry, right? And are thinking more about how we get there than what we're looking at while we're en route.
The Colorado Department of Transportation wants to see more attention placed on historic bridges. Director Shoshana Liu believes they play an important role in cultural identity.
Things like roads and bridges, are extraordinarily important for the utility of getting where we need to go today. But, they also can take us back to periods of time that are foundational, for the sort of culture of Colorado.
CDOT studied their bridges with an eye for history and practicality.
First and foremost, we need it to work. I mean, many of these bridges don't work for today's purposes, so you can't just keep them the way they were. And oftentimes it's very expensive to try and upgrade in place.
They identified 46 bridges in their system, which have historic value and a high probability of being preserved.
This bridge behind me, the Cherry Creek Bridge, was built in 1946.
Historian Lisa Schock points to some recent success stories.
We were able to preserve the original arch on the bridge while still widening the structure so that it could meet the current transportation needs. We're really looking at some of these bridges that are in this nomination to try to determine if we can balance that. Can we keep it in place and still meet transportation needs in the future?
The bridges come in all different shapes, sizes, and materials.
Xerosio Canyon, which is on State Highway 12, is a WPA bridge. It's built on a skew and it has really beautiful stone-faced piers. I also really love Rainbow Falls. It's tucked away in a canyon. It carries US 24. A lot of people have gone there to put graffiti on our bridge substructure. So it has this sort of interesting
cultural feel to it.
Some bridges were built using local materials, such as volcanic rock on the Rio Seco Creek Bridge in San Luis.
To me, they're historic properties. To the engineers at CDOT, they're functional features.
We look at safety demands, we look at condition, and we look at how we can bring it back up to meet today's safety standards.
For CDOT engineer Michael Collins, that presents a delicate balancing act.
Bridges are kind of like an old house, right? Buying an old house and having that charm and living in it, being able to see it as part of the original design for the landscape of where that bridge is located, trying to retain that as much as possible, but being able to bring it updated to today's safety standards and to be able to bring it back to today's functional needs.
Meeting those needs creates challenges. For example, those old steel truss bridges, they have low vertical clearance issues and
a lot of the safety rail, there's no good place to really mount it on those bridges. And so we have to get creative in how we can try to bring the safety standards back up.
Not easy and not cheap.
Figuring out where the places that you get the most bang for your buck and preserving those links can be, it's something that's a challenge for us as we develop our infrastructure.
It's a conversation CDOT is looking forward to continuing with local communities.
We want people to sort of, broaden the spectrum a little bit of what can be historic and what's important to local and state history.
That's why it is important to keep records, preserve where it is possible to preserve, and make sure that these bridges remain a part of Colorado's history.
That's all I've got.
Wow, that's great. I've got Commissioner Stanton who wants to comment, and then anybody else, if you'd like to put your name in the queue box.
Thanks, Chair Stewart. Lisa, thank you so much for your advocacy, energy, and getting this out in front of us. I'm really supportive. And, our signs when we come into Colorado say, "Welcome to colorful Colorado." And that's a historic sign and an idea. And these bridges are absolutely part of that fabric. And I think the other thing that might be added is these bridges are so important to show engineering history to Colorado State engineers, University of Colorado Boulder, and maybe they might be able to sponsor a little bit. Some of these bridges, or if they're moved or pieces of them are moved, if you have to take them down, I think it'd be very important. And if I can borrow some money from Chief Engineer Harrelson, I'll go in with him on a girder. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's the challenge. Is there's not a pool of money for bridge rehab, so we have to figure out ahead of time where that would come from. So,
Commissioner Brackey, and it looks like Commissioner Chief Engineer Harrelson says he's in, Commissioner Stanton. So you guys need to go for a beer and figure out who pays what.
We'll work it out.
Commissioner Brackey, and then Commissioner Adams.
Great, thanks. Such a fantastic presentation. And again, echo all of the comments from Commissioner Stanton and others. It's really fabulous information and so important. And I love the video and the work that you're doing to get out and amplify the message through the different media sources. So really appreciate your work. I think this is so critical. Part of my background is in historic preservation before I got into transportation. So this is a great connection for me. And I'm just curious if there's also a way to cross promote the bridges with the scenic byways work. And so as people are out enjoying the scenic byways, maybe an extra stop along the way or a side trip along the way might include one of the historic bridges. So I just, again, want to support all your work and anything I could do to help. So thanks.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I should talk to Lenore because we tend to work separately. Byways and our compliance folks work separately, but a lot of times our resources intersect. So that's a really good idea.
Commissioner Adams and Commissioner Vasquez.
So first of all, Lisa, I'd just like to say thank you very much for that education on bridges in Colorado. You don't know this. I grew up in Jacksonville, Florida, And one of the things that we love about Jacksonville, if you've ever had a chance to travel there, is the extensive network of bridges throughout our city. And so I tend to appreciate bridges. I'm also very interested in history. And so I love the way you've talked about the historical nature of our bridges and this whole notion of preservation and rehabilitation versus just tearing down and reestablishing. So I'm willing to go in with, I guess, Commissioner Stanton and Chief Engineer Harrelson. And if there's a trestle or a frame or something that I could take as well, I'm happy to take a post or whatever one might take in this kind of deal. But thank you very much. Very informative, very enlightening, and I totally support the things that you do. And I did not realize that we had a historian within CDOT, so it's like a whole new education for me. So
no one ever does. No one does. And I just want to say what you said about Jacksonville is interesting, because I think one of the challenges here is we don't have very interesting bridge stock. You know, Oregon has its coastal bridges and they're the covered bridges. CDOT has a lot of functional bridges, but I think one of the things that makes them unique is the landscape and how they're placed in the landscape. If you look at the 46 bridges in photos of the 46 bridges, you're really struck by how they fit and how they were, built into those crossings. And I also just want to say this is the year of the historic bridge. I don't actually know what it is the year of in the Chinese New Year, but it's the year of the historic bridge at CDOT. So I'm the bridge whisperer right now. That's what
I'm certainly now aware of the Red Cliff Bridge, and so I'd love to take that trip. And there's some interesting ones that I'm aware of the one down where the train or the walking bridge over the train. I've done that one, but I haven't done Red Cliff. But now it is on my list.
Great, I'm glad to hear that.
Commissioner Vasquez and then Commissioner Beatty.
Yeah, Lisa, when we intersected at the Central 70 tour last week, you promised us a presentation on historic bridges, and you far exceeded my expectations. This was a great presentation, and I learned a lot. And as with the other commissioners, anything we can do to help further the cause of, since practically I think everybody on the commission would be considered an antique, we have a personal interest.
Yeah, you could all be historic properties.
We are.
All right, Commissioner Beatty.
Yeah, just wanted to point out the one bridge you have pictured back on the bridges that were lost is the one over Black Squirrel Creek in El Paso County. If you notice, there's a square in the wall. That's actually a jail cell that was under that bridge for when they were building that bridge. They used prisoners to help build it. So another one that I know of in Northeast Colorado is in Fort Morgan, the Rainbow Bridge. I don't know if you have that, because that has been preserved after the flooding.
Yeah, that one's already preserved, so we didn't evaluate that one. But that story you told about Black Squirrel Creek, I don't want to contradict you in front of everybody, but I think that might be an urban legend. We actually went and got in those abutments to see if we could find any evidence of. Actually, the story was that those were World War II POWs were kept in there, so that's what we were looking for. And we didn't find any evidence of any Nazi activity in those abutments at all. So I just wanted to let you know that. But that is the story. And there are other bridges like that with hollow abutments, and that story is the same for all of those bridges with those hollow abutments. So I tend to think it's an urban legend, but
okay.
I'm just saying.
Thank you for correcting me, because I've always heard that story as we drove across that bridge. There was an old jail cell under there that was used when they built the bridge, and so that's what we always heard out here. So nice to know that there wasn't evidence of that.
Well, thank you, Lisa. This is a fabulous presentation. So I'll just echo Commissioner Adams in that I grew up in Great Britain, and many of the wonderful old structures in Great Britain that no longer function as transportation bridges have been rehabbed into bridges for pedestrians. And you look at the beautiful architecture, and I'm so excited that we consider the same thing here, even though we're such a younger country than Great Britain. We have some beautiful examples of the different ages of architecture here. And I'm with Kathleen, with Commissioner Brackey. I'd love to see some connection between the scenic byways and these historical bridges, because having had the presentation of scenic byways, you know, that's on my list to do this summer. And I do think that people really appreciate the work you're doing, and we're really excited about it. And gosh, thanks so much for coming. Great presentation. Made me laugh a couple of times. I think the bottom feeder comment was the best, and I saw several people chuckle at that one. So thanks very much.
All
It's
right,
wonderful.
thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
That's great. Thank you. We're going to transition now to the next agenda item, which is the, let's see, Maintenance Apprentice Program with Christy Graham-Gitkind. So thanks very much, Christy.
Thank you, commissioners. I'm happy to be here today and tell you a little bit more about this program. Joining me is my colleague, Emily Harp, HR specialist and recruiter in our HR shop. Emily, along with our HR manager, Melanie Vigil, really took this from an idea to a fully developed program that we're bringing to you today. And if we move forward with this, after we have our resources discussion, they will be the ones who are really leading implementation. Also wanted to acknowledge Region 3 and their high school internship program, which was really the inspiration for this. It helped us sort of understand that there is an appetite for a program across the state that would allow people transitioning out of high school into the workplace that weren't necessarily interested in going to college right away, and that weren't interested in leaving their hometowns. So that was really the inspiration for us looking at this program here at CDOT. So if we can go to the next slide. So this is high school to career apprenticeship program. And this really focuses on our TM1 positions. This is Transportation Maintenance 1 workers. There are about 800 of these positions across the state. It's our largest job classification at CDOT. We do have some challenges with this position. As you can see here, we do have some chronic vacancies. And that's due to a lot of turnover within this particular job class. And we also have some retirements coming right up in the next 4 years here. So the stats that I've given you here are full retirements for employees, and that's a combination of age plus service, but it's really people who have, I would say, an average of at least 20 years of service, if not more. And then we have actually about another maybe 30% of our Transportation Maintenance 1 workers who are eligible for reduced retirement in the next 4 years. So potentially we have a lot of positions to fill. This is also a position that is a career path to promotion to Transportation Maintenance Worker 2s. There's about 250 of those across the state, leading up to a TM3, and there are about 100 of those across the state. So as people retire and promote up, it just sort of creates this cascade of vacancies that we really need to address. So our solution is to really start recruiting people right out of high school into this career path, understanding that it is an actual career path here with CDOT in transportation maintenance and highway maintenance. In fact, there is an associate's program if our highway maintenance workers to decide that this is something that they want to pursue from an academic standpoint. We have partnered with community colleges, and there is a highway maintenance associate program available 100% online. So it's a great opportunity for people who are interested in this work. And of course, we would want to build a diverse pipeline throughout the state. As you know, we have over 200 work locations across the state, maintenance work locations. So there's a lot of opportunities to partner with local high schools and really start recruiting those young adults into this career path. So next slide. So thinking about moving this from an internship to an apprenticeship. So we worked with, or Emily and Melanie have done a whole lot of work with the Department of Labor and Employment to look at exactly what that would entail. And we'll go into that in a little more detail. But we do think that this is a very important component of this program. And if you can go to the next slide. So apprenticeships, it would be a nationally recognized program. So it's just a whole lot more cachet of recruiting people into this career path. I think we could attract a higher quality, a more diverse workforce by having this apprenticeship aspect to it. It really, the responsibility is on us with creating this apprentice program, that we really establish a structured, consistent program that would be implemented across the state. And the focus is on developing these fresh out of high school young workers into maintenance professionals that we need long-term here at CDOT. And key to this program is really about the mentorship. So this would be partnering these young people straight out of high school with our more seasoned maintenance workers here at CDOT, and really having a relationship that lasts over that 2-year apprenticeship. So next slide, please. So the program components are the apprenticeship registration, and that's something that we're working on right now. Recruiting and outreach, and we'll tell you what we're doing with that. The skills acquisition, and really identifying what those skills are. And we have a very robust training program here at CDOT, both within HR and within the maintenance program, which is specific to maintenance. So a lot of resources there. The mentorship aspect, we would actually have more senior employees apply to be mentors and run them through a mentorship training program, and they would be internally certified mentors after they complete that program. And building upon the success of the Region 3 internship program. So next slide. And at this point, I'm going to ask Emily to jump in and talk more about those steps of actually creating a registered apprenticeship.
Sure, thanks, Christy. So these are the actual steps in developing the program. So there is a specific occupational title that we chose within the options. An operating engineer was the best fit. And that includes sort of heavy equipment operation. We can also add in heavy labor work to sort of fully encompass what a TM1 would be doing. And then when we register it, we can register it as a highway maintenance worker. Number 2, develop a training plan. So we've already formed kind of a committee or work group that includes folks from DEMO, from the Maintenance Training Academy, and then maintenance reps from each region. So we'll get everyone's input to try to create kind of the strongest program we can. And then we work with CDLE to identify training providers to provide the actual instruction. We could do some of that in-house, some of it outside of CDOT. Could be a combination of things, but we've got a great resource in-house with our maintenance training folks. So working closely with them on that development. And then throughout this process, working with labor and employment to guide us through this. They have actual consultants that this is their job to help create employer-driven apprentice programs. And so we would work with them as well to actually register the program. So in terms of the timeline, we should have the program developed by December and then begin outreach in January. And then the hope is May, June to actually start hiring folks.
And that is a great segue into our next slide, which is about recruiting and outreach. So Emily, if you could also tell us a little more about that.
Sure. So there's lots of resources already in place that we can kind of tap into as we do our outreach and actually recruit for these roles. And particularly because there's a growing awareness and interest with schools and education to focus on construction, skilled trades, to try to fill employer needs. So The Colorado Contractors Association has various programs that specifically target high schoolers. We've got those contacts and information as far as which schools those are. Looking at charter schools, non-traditional schools. I've got a list of 600 schools that fall into all those different categories, so that then once we determine which specific locations our maintenance folks want to target for these apprenticeships, we can determine sort of our plan for that particular location to move forward. And CDLE also has, as part of sort of our consultant team, someone specifically that works closely with the workforce centers and various kind of community outreach contacts to help us. So he's going to help us come up with a recruiting plan and strategy as well. And then we've got our kind of technical education centers. There's 8 within Colorado that we can do outreach with as well. And many of those partner with community colleges to help high schoolers get some trade skills and education.
Thank you. And I'm sure you all know a lot about our TM1 employees, but just as a reminder, so we do have about 800 across the state. They are all frontline essential employees. At CDOT, we have about 1,600 essential employees in total. So this TM1 job class is half of that. It's pretty, it's work that's pretty unique, I would say, to a DOT. Sometimes a municipality would have similar work. So these employees are maintaining the roads, they are, and the right of way, maintaining highway signage, road shoulders, rock slide areas, runaway truck ramps, and then of course operating equipment that requires a CDL, including snow removal. So it's a little bit different than maybe Emily had mentioned the Contractors Association. So a little bit different than I think what a lot of people think of when they think of maintenance. It is very specific to highway maintenance. So thinking about the mentorship. So we recognize that with these our apprentices coming straight out of high school, probably a lot of them don't have a lot of work experience. And our mentors are really going to have to think about coaching them up into a skill set that is everything from skills specific to highway maintenance work to very baseline skills like time management, like nuts and bolts things like you don't pull out your cell phone and look at your text all day while you're on the clock. Appropriate footwear on the job site. So our mentorship program that we're creating right now in partnership between HR and the Division of Maintenance, really kind of recognizing that it's higher level maintenance skills, and it's also very fundamental entering into the workforce skills. And there's a lot of research out there that recognizes that with internships or apprenticeships, mentoring is key. That with these people who are new to the workforce, these new young professionals, developing that strong relationship with a more seasoned professional is key to retention. And ultimately, we'll tell you a little bit more about the path through the apprenticeship, but we are recruiting these apprentices, running them through this program because we want to get them into a position where they can successfully compete for a TM1 maintenance position anywhere in the state, but really focusing on that training and recruiting in these areas that we see that we have high turnover and high vacancy. So if we can go to the next slide. And this is a good snapshot of what this pathway looks like. So within the state classified system, it is an open competitive system. So we would recruit these potential new professionals who would be willing to compete into these internship programs. So they would be hired as what is called a labor, trades, and crafts trainee. We would move them through that job series, which does allow for promotion over that 2-year period. And then at the end of the 2 years, with 2 years of experience, they meet the minimum qualifications to compete for a TM1 position. So that is really the whole goal of this program, is to give these young professionals a pathway to do that. Also, to get them trained up to get their CDL. So we would provide that training. Of course, the use of trucks is right there within every CDOT facility. And we also have people who can actually administer a CDL test. So Emily, anything to add to that?
I think you summed that up well. Yeah, it works within the parameters of kind of our state selection rules. So this is how it would flow.
All right, and next slide. So as I said, this is really building on something that has been in place for a couple of years now, this pilot internship program, and they have successfully brought 5 people up to competing for those TM1 positions to date. So that's great. And they've also demonstrated how important those relationships with local high schools and career counselors, very important piece of this, and the mentoring piece, another important piece. So, you know, if we can, if we see success with this, and we're pretty confident we're going to see a very successful program, we can replicate this for other positions that have a higher turnover, or that we see sort of looming retirements on the horizon. And these are just a couple examples of those job classes: heavy equipment mechanic and electrical trades positions. So next slide. So here is our request from you. So as you know, we have an FTE cap here at CDOT, and what we are asking for is to add to the FTE cap. So it's a little funny math. We're actually asking for budget for 10 of these apprentice positions. That would be 2 for each region, but we need 9 FTE because full-time equivalent positions, because Region 5 has a position that they are willing to donate to this. They just don't have the budget to cover it. So if we go to the next slide, it kind of details this out. So as Emily mentioned, there is a timeline to get this up and running. We need to actually get the apprenticeship certified, and then we go into recruitment, and then we would ideally have our first crop of interns start in that May, June of 2022 timeframe. So this would be a relatively small amount of money for FY22. It's a little less than $100,000. And then after that, each year, it's a little less than $500,000. So the total cost of this program is right around $1 million. So what we are proposing is that these would actually be 2-year term positions, because the internship would last for 2 years. It is our pilot program. At the end of those 2 years, ideally, all those apprentices would compete for those TM1 positions, and we have many vacancies across the state for that. So again, thanks to Emily and Melanie and Region 3 for kind of getting us to the point where we could bring this to commission.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Adams?
Well, first of all, I wanted to thank Christy and her team for putting this together, and Emily, of course. Listen, I know you guys have been thinking about and talking about how you can do a program like this for a very long time, and I think this is excellent work, and I think you've thought about it, you know, probably from every angle you can think about it in order to make this successful. I think our timing on something like this is excellent, because as you guys probably know this better than I, certainly a big initiative of the Biden administration is the kind of full-throated endorsement of apprenticeship programs as a kind of way to bring about employment, to help bring the economy back, and to do a lot of other really good things. And I think it's safe to say that within the state of Colorado, there's a lot of momentum from a lot of different sources at the state level, I think our large local municipalities are like Denver. I know for a fact at the airport and within the city, they've been very interested in apprenticeship programs. So our educational systems have also been very interested. So I suspect you're going to get tremendous cooperation from them on something like this. So you have my full endorsement and support of what you're trying to do. And I hope the other commissioners, I know some I've talked to feel the same way. So I don't see how this could be a failure at all. So thank you for putting this together and thank you for bringing it to us.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Karen.
Commissioner Brackey. Thanks. Thank you, Gary.
Just a quick question. Great presentation, and sounds like an excellent program, and fulfills a lot of needs for CDOT as well as for community and for the young people who are participating. I have a question about, as this process plays out and as you identify other areas of CDOT to include in this, could it also include transit operators? That's another area and field for careers. And again, an area where the transit industry is struggling with drivers and the retirement factor and some of these similar types of situations. So maybe through the Bustang program or Outrider program, there might be some additional ways to extend the apprenticeship program in the transit area as well.
That's a good question. And if Kay Kelly is on, I would welcome Kay's input to that. Okay, so my understanding right now is that we actually contract out Bustang, but I think as we sort of evolve over the years and have success with that program, I think it would stand to reason that that is something that we would continue to look at to see if that's the best model. And transit operators also require a CDL. Bus drivers require a CDL. So there is some parallel sort of skill set there.
Great, thank you. That's what I was thinking, is that there's some parallels. And so looking at just, again, getting that job skill, and it could be transferable. So thank you.
Great.
This is Commissioner Hall. This is such a great program. It's the kind of thing we've been talking through about with our disadvantaged business committee, which we'll have later today. But this is a great opportunity to really get young people interested in the fact that this is a good career. I think lots of times that's lost in high schools and you need to start. In fact, Commissioner Adams and I have talked about this a number of times. In order to really get kids interested in this, it needs to be part of their high school where they're talking about this, and because it is a good career, it is an opportunity to make a good living and live in your community and raise your family there. And so I'm really, really pleased with this. Like I said, Region 3 has been doing this. And so it was a great model that Mike Goolsby and Region 3 have been doing. And we know it works. And so I'm just really happy to see us doing it statewide. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I agree. I think maybe 75% of our jobs here at CDOT do not require a college degree. So we can be doing a lot more high school outreach and high school to career path within CDOT.
Great comments. Thanks so much for your presentation. Any final comments? Oh, I see Commissioner Vasquez has her hand up. Commissioner?
Yes, thank you for the presentation, Christiane. I'm curious, what level of interest do you have for existing CDOT employees to be mentors for these interns?
So we know that interest is there through Region 3. We haven't actually shopped this around quite yet, but we have had a few conversations with the RTDs and also Mr. Lorme, who is on the call here, and they all feel that absolutely there will be interest in participating in this program.
That's great, because as you articulated, that's a key to success.
Yes.
And Commissioner Adams has another question.
Yes, my question is, what's the next step? What do we need to do to move this forward, since it sounds like you've got a lot of legwork you need to do and will want to do to put this in place so that it's ready to roll January 1. So what do we need to do? Are we slated to vote on this as a commission, or, what do we need to do, and what's the expectation?
It is part of the budget request later on this afternoon.
Yeah.
And I see Jeff just popped onto the screen. So I think you'll have an opportunity to do that later today.
Okay, so it doesn't need a separate motion from us. It just simply, when we hear from Jeff, it'll be just a part of what we get to vote on as a part of Jeff's budget data, correct?
That's correct. We'll kind of recap the budget actions associated with this request and actually the next presentation from John Lorme in the budget workshop. And then when you approve the budget amendment tomorrow, that will approve both the funds associated with the request as well as approve the new FTEs.
I'm excited about it, and I hope we can get a lot of great press, because I did take a quick look at the amount that these kids are going to make. And when I looked at the average compensation that they're going to be paid for these jobs, I think that's going to be an attraction in and of itself. I don't know if there's an age limit, but I've got a 14-year-old granddaughter who's been looking for something to do and pressing me about a summer job. So I've been telling her she's a little bit too young for this, but maybe next year or the year after, she might be a candidate.
That sounds good. It's 18 is the minimum age to get a CDL. So she's got a few years yet.
She's got a few years. She's got a few years. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have one really dumb question, if I can interject, and that is, there are a lot
Sure.
of retired individuals that need work. Is there any thought of doing something like that for retirees?
So, we haven't really gone down that path. We created this program specifically with recruiting from high schools, again, around the state in those areas where we know that there is need from our operational standpoint, and probably a lot of need from residents in these areas too. But that does not prevent us from pretty much bringing any sort of aged person in as an LTC trainee. I think given the wage rate, it's very attractive to people right out of high school. So as they apply for a TM1, the starting salary is about $39,000, which is pretty good for a 20-year-old individual, 2 years out of high school. And then there's opportunity to progress on from there. But no, nothing prevents us from hiring people of all ages into a path to getting them a CDL.
Commissioner Stanton?
Thanks, Chair Stewart. Christy, a wonderful presentation. I was just thinking about synergy looking ahead with our push towards EVs and Kay Kelly's shop and John Lorme. I mean, there's going to be a lot of need for people who understand the technology to maintain EVs, to install the charging stations, and to help CDOT move forward. So I hope that's in the mix.
Great question. And in fact, I had a similar exchange with Commissioner Adams about this very thing recently, that this is our pilot program given our greatest need, which is really about stabilizing our TM1 workforce. But yeah, I think there will be a lot of opportunity going forward for us to expand our own apprentice program, potentially for us to partner with other apprentice programs throughout the state. And in fact, tomorrow, the RTDs and Mr. Laramie, Mr. Harrelson, Mr. Sudmeyer, Mr. Stockinger, we're all talking about sort of thinking about our FTE needs going forward. So that will absolutely be a part of the conversation.
Thank you.
Thanks. I have a comment from Mike Timlin, please.
Yeah, thank you. As far as from the Division of Transit and Rail, I agree with Commissioner Bracke's comments about expanding this to transit. But as Christy pointed out, it's absolutely true. Bustang is a private provider. And one of the issues we've been trying to address, we've been trying to think about this all along, is basically, is the insurance provider for Ace Express basically has, basically controls who gets hired and whatnot. And we've had, one of the issues they deal with is 18-year-olds just will not pass the insurance company's test for private providers. They don't want to insure anybody who's hauling passengers unless they're at least 20 to 22 years old. So just FYI.
Thank you for that flag.
Any final comments? Sounds like you got good reception today, Christy, and we're excited to hear from Jeff and his shop here in a minute about the budget workshop component of what you're asking for. So thanks very much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Let's go to thank you. Let's go to John Lorme in the I-70 Joint Operations Area request for new patrol. John?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Commissioners, I'm really fired up and excited to be here. Thanks for allowing me to brief on behalf of maintenance and operations. But first, I want to just acknowledge our Executive Director and our Deputy Executive Director, both unwavering supporters of CDOT maintenance and operations. And what I mean by that is coming to you today and asking for a new building, new FTEs, additional budget, and the equipment. It's not an easy task. It's a pretty heavy burden to put on the commission to get your approval. So I really appreciate their support, and I really appreciate you guys listening to my formal begging process, if you will. So this presentation is really Jennifer, can you go back to the next slide, or back to the first slide real quick? So this presentation is really an extension of the briefing that I provided in November. And why I wanted Jennifer to go back to this slide, interestingly enough, this picture captures our need for a new maintenance facility and a new maintenance patrol. I took this picture last month looking from the northwest portal of the tunnel. And in this picture, normally everything you see there would be secured inside a maintenance facility or inside a storage area next to a maintenance facility. The loader, the plows, the tunnel maintenance equipment, the materials that you see there, the support trailers, all that would be secured and out of sight and protected from the weather and elements when they're not in use and ready for the next mission, so to speak. So from my point of view, and nobody else's, just mine, when you approach the tunnel, it's almost depressing. One of the greatest achievements on the interstate system by far is the Eisenhower Tunnel Complex, and it doesn't look like it. The storage, the operational mess that you guys see when you drive up, when a driver approaches the tunnel, it's kind of confusing with the support and service vehicles all parked along the portals there. And it's just kind of been a necessity over the years and with our growth and the increase in the maintenance requirements that we have. So Jennifer, next slide, please. This is our agenda. I'll briefly cover an overview of the background that we talked about in November, and then outline our boundaries, staffing, equipment, facilities, dispatching, and such timelines. So next slide, Jen. So the I-70 corridor, and I'm not telling anyone here anything they don't know, and I'm definitely not trying to insult anyone's intelligence, but it's a pretty unique area to work and live. The US DOT lists the construction of I-70 as one of its greatest engineering marvels. And interestingly enough, 4 of its biggest accomplishments, the Dakota Hogback, the Eisenhower Tunnel Complex, Vail Pass, and Glenwood Canyon, are all found along this corridor. With elevations at the tunnel at 11,200 feet, it's the highest vehicle tunnel in the world. It's the longest mountain tunnel, and it's the highest point on an interstate system. And for most people that don't know this, it averages over 35 feet of snow a year. It has some of the largest interstate avalanche paths, that and Vail. Extremely steep terrain on both sides, up to 7 or 8% in grade, and a sustained grade of 6% for 40 miles in both directions on the west side of Vail and on the east side of the tunnel. So the corridor experiences rapid changing and brutal weather conditions. It can be 70 degrees and sunny in Denver, and we can have a blizzard up on the corridor. And Vail Pass, the second highest mountain pass on the interstate system at an elevation of almost 10,700 feet, faces the same challenges, but then you got to throw in the town of Vail there, so they have a lot of additional stuff to deal with. And to compound all of these natural difficulties, as you can see from the graph below there on the slide, the I-70 is our only major east and west corridor route. It's also our major freight route east and west. It's now subject to year-round tourism, where we would only have the skiing tourism and commuters. Now we have year-round tourism. In our summer months, we actually see more traffic than we do in our winter months overall. So, and not to mention, there's a growing number of residents that are making the mountains their permanent home. So the daily commuter traffic is skyrocketing. And yet over the years, we have approached our maintenance as we do all other interstates or all other segments of the interstates. Until 2013, when we created this JOA program, or in a temporary program as it was, so also known as the Joint Operating Area. The program helped address the shortages that we were experiencing in the winter maintenance staff located along the corridor. And this was a temporary solution to what we knew was a permanent problem, but at the time it was the best we could do. But it's been costly. We've had to shift priorities around to address winter maintenance needs. It's caused morale issues amongst the maintenance patrols, and it's failed to address the year-round need for maintenance. We've actually pulled valuable maintenance resources from all around the state, leaving those other sections short when they need it most at times. So as I mentioned in November, this is a two mountain-sized problem. So next slide, Jennifer. So boundary shift. As you saw on the last slide, the boundary is currently located at milepost 215, which is the west portal of the Eisenhower tunnel system. This creates a number of issues because maintenance superintendents share responsibility or split the responsibility between Summit and Loveland passes. And this requires continual deconflicting of traffic operations, hazmat, avalanche, plowing operations. It slows our response, it causes some confusion, and it hinders our operations in some cases. And this is just a natural part of having two different leadership or chain of commands controlling the same side of the mountain. So it's nothing done by incompetence, I can assure you. So our plan is to shift the US Loveland Pass boundary east from the tunnel. I'm sorry, shift it from the east side of the tunnel from mile marker 229 down to 216, which is in Keystone. Now this puts the EJMT, I-70 Summit Pass and US 6 Loveland Pass under the one maintenance superintendent. And since Loveland Pass, US 6 is the bypass for EJMT, it'll allow for more efficient operations. It will sync hazmat operations. It'll support tunnel closures better rapidly and winter operations, as I mentioned earlier. Now, this shift keeps the town of Keystone in Section 2. Section 2 has worked diligently at building relationships with the town of Keystone, so we want to maintain those. And by shifting our crossover point down to the 215, 216 mile marker provides a safe crossover between the two maintenance patrols, and we won't lose any levels of service there like we would normally do if we didn't plan it in the right spot. The I-70 Straight Creek boundary shift from EJMT's west portal, which is mile marker 214, down to Silverthorne, which is mile marker 205.5, will split Silverthorne at the bottom of the hill between Section 2 and Section 9. And more importantly, this provides a developed and safe crossover between the interstate patrols, and it will eliminate the use of the box. Now, I know most of you don't know this operationally speaking, the sections switch over at the top of the tunnel, at the top of the pass, but you can't do a boundaries change and just change at your boundary. You have to have lap over between one patrol and the other. So in order to make that happen, the maintenance patrols switch and change. The eastern patrol goes down to the box. Now the box is about 3 or 4 miles south down the hill, and it's basically a tunnel or a culvert. Now this is equivalent to stopping a roller coaster halfway down that big drop and then trying to turn it around and go back up the hill. And that's what our operators do in a 70,000 pound snowplow in blizzard conditions. And they do it remarkably well. We haven't had any any real significant accidents in the past 10 years in that stretch of road, but it's just a matter of time. So it makes for unsafe conditions. So moving the boundary down to the bottom of the hill creates a much safer and smarter turnaround point, if you will, or boundary. Jennifer, next slide, please. So this slide is kind of hurts the eyes a little bit, and please forgive me because my stick figures don't exactly match my numbers, but it's more of a representation of what we got going on here. So the location, so we've had a hard time maintaining personnel. The location, the travel time, the cost of living, the state's low entry pay, the lack of affordable housing, and so forth. But we're addressing it in a number of different ways besides what I'm briefing you today. And for instance, I know Mike got some kudos and Region 3 got some kudos in the last presentation, and well deserved. But Mike and property management are also diligently working on projects with local governments on building new affordable housing for CDOT maintenance workers and local DPWs in Glenwood, Canyon, and Frisco, just to name a few. And it's going to help us out in the long run. So like I said, please disregard my stick figures. It's just a graphic representation. I'm actually going to shift the FTEs around based on the superintendent's operational needs. And pending your approval, we'll move forward with that. So we will be shifting the regional boundary, and I know this can be a significant emotional event for maintenance staff that's involved. And I assure you that we have been working with both superintendents, both regional RTDs, and then all the way down to the maintenance patrols in making sure that this is well thought out, well planned, and well received. As you can see from the slide here, the box on the left is our current operating picture. 2 maintenance patrols and the rotational JOA employees. Now, the Loveland Pass Patrol will transfer from Section 2 to Section 9 just as it is. The Stray Creek Patrol will be reduced in size and supports Section 2 in Silverthorne and points to the west of Vail. The 32 rotational employees that you see in the box will become 16. Now, this is moving to the center box. The reason why we have 32 temporary employees or rotational employees and we're asking for 16 is because every Tuesday during the JOA, 16 come into the corridor and 16 go out. So we can replace that 32 with a temp employees, if you will, or rotational employees with 16 permanent employees and have improved levels of service. Now, Section 9 will create a new patrol from Silverthorne to the tunnel, as I mentioned earlier, and the 16 FTEs combined with some FTEs from Section 2 will form that new patrol, and then they will spread out over those 16 FTEs over from the EGMT tunnel through that new patrol down through Silverthorne and to points west of Vail as Section 2 and Section 9 need them where they need them best. So we're going to try to reinforce all the patrols along that crucial corridor from the west side of Vail all the way up to the tunnel where it's needed most. Jennifer, next slide, please. So this slide captures our ongoing cost of the JOA program. Each year, DMO asks for roll forward funding, about $2 million in funding to cover the JOA, and that covers per diem, hotels, and helps offset some of our overtime. We also try to backfill the JOA positions with temp positions, and that costs us about another $1 million each year. So if you can imagine this, each maintenance section sends 8 people, or each region sends 8 people to the JOA. They try to backfill those 8 positions with temp employees, and all that cost is eaten within MLOS. And then we incur the soft costs for recruiting them, training them, and then the travel itself for the JOA personnel. And that adds up to about $3.3 million. Now, by hiring 16 new FTEs, that's a cost of about $1.6 million approximately. And I used all of our average costs here that you can see on the slide, not the entry level cost for a TM1, but the average cost. So in case we have any transfers, we're definitely covered and we have some room for growth. So that's about 1.6 million. 1.1 of that is salaries, benefits, and housing. And then another approximately 500K for employee operating costs. And that equates to a 55-45% split between personnel and operating costs, which is our MLOS statewide goal. So it's pretty important. There is a potential to savings of about approximately 1.6 million by hiring these 16 FTEs and discontinuing the JOA program. And that savings would be in the form of the travel costs, the per diem, the hiring the temps, the hoteling, and the overtime for the travel portion of the JOA personnel. This will also have some soft things, improvements that don't cost anything. It'll improve morale. It'll create ownership amongst those patrols. It'll build experience on the corridor and improve year-round maintenance, something we're severely lacking because when the JOA rotational people leave, those 32 individuals leave, there's no one there to help doing summer maintenance, and it's evident. All right, next slide, Jennifer. So a very wise person said to me, okay, I get it. You need FTEs, but you're already covering the cost of these FTEs. Why do you need the budget? Well, the funding is unstable and it comes from a number of different sources, and at best it's unpredictable. So after that conversation I had, I put together this slide. The first, there on the upper left there, you see MLOS. The majority of the JOA maintenance and winter operations all come from MLOS. MLOS funds the entire maintenance system, but we know it's not enough. Each section uses MLOS funds to fund that temp program to backfill the JOAs I discussed a few seconds ago. MPA 400, our snow and ice MPA, is short at any time during the year, anywhere between 20 and 30%, and it doesn't take into account the JOA program itself. These shortfalls require maintenance superintendents to juggle the priorities to keep the road open and then to hold together the road with whatever funds are left. Nowhere is this more evident than the I-70 corridor. The second place we get funds to support the JOA is DMO staff budgets. Now, we often chip in savings from within DMO, and this comes from the form of vacancies, but it can vary from year to year from $10,000 or a couple $10,000 to a couple $100,000. And the savings are funneled into repurposed requests or repurposed funds and then requested through roll forward, which brings me to our third funding source, which is roll forward. And DMO traditionally receives about 50% of the total roll forward funding. And it supports projects like the JOA, which helps with the hotels and the overtime and the per diem, as I mentioned. Additionally, by supporting the JOA, we take away from other areas that we could use that roll forward funding that's really needed, like supporting avalanche mitigation equipment expansion, so that we can reduce the dangers of using some of our avalanche equipment and make it more reactive. Non-traditional maintenance equipment, like buying more tow plows and brine systems, more training courses, and improving projects with property management in the freight corridors and real-time operations and such. Lastly, as you well know, our continual draw on the maintenance contingency funds to support winter operations statewide. But what most people don't know is about 25%, almost 30% of that contingency fund just goes to those two maintenance sections along the JOA. So it's a pretty big deal. So this funding request will solidify our ongoing need to support the JOA or the patrols along the JOA. Jennifer, next slide, please. So equipment transfer. The next couple slides are pretty elementary or rudimentary, but I wanted to let you guys see all the different aspects that are involved in this whole project. Now, the equipment transfer is kind of straightforward, and we will transfer the Loveland Patrol in its entirety. The Straight Creek Patrol will leave 4 trucks with Section 9, and the other 6 trucks will shift to Silverthorne and to Vail and support the increase in FTEs. So nothing's worse than having an FTE and not having a plow for them. So this will ensure that happens. Additionally, the DMO Fleet Office, we're providing a new tow plow to Section 2 this year, and I will continue to focus my efforts on putting the most modern and efficient equipment in the corridor as well. Next slide, Jennifer. Our equipment budget considerations. So we're also requesting some additional funds to support this new patrol if approved. Section 9 will receive new equipment as it builds out this new patrol throughout this summer and the fall. To augment the 4 plows that are transferred from Section 2, we'll be requesting additional funds for a D3 dozer to support winter operations and commercial motor vehicle runaway ramp operations. This particular mountain section has some of the busiest runaway ramps, so they're consistently resetting these ramps, which is very time consuming, and they definitely have a need. And then we'll shift the current dozer to Section 2, or stay with Section 2, and it'll support Vail Pass. We'll purchase a safety attenuator vehicle, as you can see there in the third picture from the left, and then we'll purchase a new 1-ton support vehicle, and that total request is about $790,000. And then this fall, I don't want to leave a bad taste in anyone's mouth, but this fall we'll be requesting roll forward funding to replace our EGMT fire truck. It's currently about 34.5 years old, It's that fire truck there in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. This vehicle is so old that my fleet guys are contacted once or twice a year from fire museums asking if we are going to donate it when we decide to get rid of it. And it's so hard to find parts for it that we usually have to get them on eBay because it's the fire truck, the company's extinct. So it's kind of neat to try to keep it together, and maybe someday when we do replace it or we get it replaced, we can put it out in front of CDOT headquarters. Next slide, please. So this is even a simpler slide. This is our property transfer plan, and it's pretty straightforward. Just like the Loveland Patrol itself, we're going to transfer the entire Loveland facility from Section 2 to Section 9. And the EJMT Stray Creek Maintenance Facility, which you can see there in the top left picture, that yellow box there is where we're going to build that new vehicle storage facility. And that's in the design phase right now. Property management is moving at light speed, making that happen. Next slide, Jennifer. So this is our current property funding plan. As you know, we received $500K from the TC in November as part of the roll forward request to get the design process underway, which is underway now. Like I said, we're moving at light speed. Using departmental savings and property management savings between us and DMO, we've added another 3.7 million to the estimated cost of anywhere between 5 and 5.5 million. Currently, we're between 1.3 and 1.5 million short, but I plan to make these savings up by adjusting a few of DMO's priorities inside of my budget over the next 2 years. My goal is to completely fund this new building and the remodel without asking for any additional funds, and I believe we're on track to do that. So next slide, Jennifer. So this is one of the areas where we'll be able to save on budget expenditures and put it towards the JOA, traffic operations. I'm really happy to say that our DMO real-time ops has worked really, really hard to bring maintenance dispatching in-house. At one time, we were spending over $1 million a year to CSP to support our maintenance dispatching. And this last year, we've only had to budget $350,000. And as of July 1st, the entire budgeting process, or I'm sorry, the entire dispatching process will be done in-house, and all of our centers will be 24/7, which is a monumental task for us and one we're really, really proud of. Jennifer, next slide. So this is an overall timeline. Although we plan to close out the JOA program, as you can see, this is a multi-year process. The process has a lot of hurdles to overcome. With building on the I-70 corridor requires a lot of stakeholder involvement, a lot of stakeholder input. But like I mentioned earlier, we are moving ahead pretty fast. The Region 3 Vail Pass project has really helped us because we're kind of piggybacking off of how they did stuff. So we're moving faster than we normally would. And I really got to give a lot of kudos to Steve Harrelson and his property management team. They've really stepped up and moved this to the up on their priority list. So I can't express enough gratitude on that side of the house. The construction season, as you know, is very short up there. It's only about 4 or 5 months long, but we required a lot of additional expenses because of where it's located. The remodel, this should begin this winter of the new operations center, and then our vehicle storage facility, if everything goes right with the bidding and process, should start construction in the summer of 22. So if this request is approved, it will modify the JOA program this coming year and then formally end it next year. And the reason why we'll have a modified JOA program this year is so that we ensure continuity of operations as we recruit, hire, and train our new employees. Next slide, Jennifer. And with that, I would love to take any questions or hear any comments, concerns. I tried to talk as fast as I could without stumbling on my own tongue.
That's great, John. Let's open it up. Anybody want to ask John some questions or have some comments about his excellent presentation? All right, I see Commissioner Stanton.
Hey, John, that was a wonderful presentation. One piece that fits into our future is reduction of greenhouse gases because of the efficiencies created that you're proposing. There'll be less gas, diesel, et cetera, used in those employees going back and forth, and you're consolidating in the center. So I think that's really good. And I salute you on that. And I really appreciated the fact that you had 3.7 million in DMO departmental savings. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, other comments or questions for John?
John, I just wanted to compliment you on what I consider to be a very thorough, comprehensive presentation that makes a lot of sense to me, you know, for the reasons that Commissioner Stanton mentioned, but it's just the practical business approach that I applaud. So thank you for sharing that. And I assume this one also gets okayed by the commission in the same manner through Jeff Sudermeyer's budget amendments. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes, sir. Very, very much so.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the kind words.
All right, and Kathleen Brackey says, great presentation and helpful information. I agree with Commissioner Stanton and others. Thank you. Great presentation. All right, if we don't have any other comments, I think you you wowed us with your presentation, John. It's pretty complicated and also easily explained once you explained it to us. So thanks very much.
Yes, ma'am.
And we'll go now to the budget workshop that we've all been referring to with Jeff and Bethany. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Today's budget workshop, we're going to review a series of amendments that I'll be asking you to approve tomorrow. And as we previously referenced, several of those amendments relate to the prior two workshops. So if you want to go to the next slide, please, Jennifer. So this slide summarizes the four amendments included, four individual amendments included in the package of amendments you'll be asked to approve tomorrow. The first amendment there relates to the presentation you just saw on the JOA. The approval of that amendment tomorrow would approve the creation of 16 new FTE positions. And it would approve the reallocation of $2.4 million from the Commission Program Reserve line 69 to the Maintenance Program Areas portion of the budget on line 22. John went over this on his presentation, but the way those dollars break down, of that 2.4, about 1.1 million is the personal services budget in fiscal year 22 associated with those 16 FTE positions. About 500,000 is operating budget associated with that new maintenance patrol, and about 800,000 is for the equipment that John discussed. These funds are actually for next fiscal year 22, but we're requesting your approval now, and then we will roll forward that balance at the end of the fiscal year into fiscal year 22 for use. The second amendment relates to Christie's presentation, and again would, in this case, result in the creation of 9 new FTE positions and the reallocation of approximately 1 million, again coming from the TC Program Reserve line 69 and going into the Maintenance Program Areas budget line 22. The full amount of that 1 million is essentially the personal services budget associated with that request, and those funds will also roll forward from 21 into 22. This next amendment is detailed in your packet in a memo from Nick Farber. This is a request from HPTE for a $4 million loan under the tolling equipment financing agreement between CDOT and HPTE. So HPTE owns and operates the toll equipment on our toll corridors. In the cases of toll corridors that are already in operation, HPTE is able to use toll revenue to cover those costs. On new corridors where HPTE is financing construction costs, we're able to roll the cost of that toll equipment into the financing. However, on corridors where there's no toll revenue because no lanes are already in operation, and where there's no HPTE financing involved, we need another mechanism to fund that toll equipment, and the toll equipment financing agreement provides that mechanism, and it provides that mechanism by providing providing for the TC to loan funds to HPTE to acquire that tolling equipment, and then HPTE in turn is able to repay that loan over time once toll collections commence. So in this particular case, and I believe you've approved in the last year, I think we've actually had 2 other instances where we executed loans under the tolling equipment finance agreement. In this particular case, HPT is requesting $4 million for tolling equipment on the I-25 South Gap Monument to Castle Rock project. This again would result in a reallocation of funds from the program reserve, $4 million from line 69 to line 90, the HPTE Express Lanes operation line in the budget. The final amendment would reallocate $19.5 million from the Strategic Projects Program, line 18, to line 69 TC Program Reserve. Back in January, you approved as a commission a $19.5 million loan to the State Highway 21 and Research Parkway Interchange Project in Region 2. That was a project that was anticipating year 3 267 funds, but in contrast to the other year 3 projects, that project was ready to go and needed the funds before we had either issued the 267 or finalized the year 3 project list. So the commission at that time agreed to essentially front those dollars to the project, with the expectation that as we got closer to the issuance of 267 year 3 dollars, that we swap those funds out and return the 19.5 to the program reserve. And so that is exactly what we are doing right now. The 19.5 you loaned to the project is now being returned to the TC program reserve. If we go on to the next slide, Jennifer, I'll kind of bring this all back together. In this case, this month, it just so happens that all of the amendments result in an impact, positive or negative, to the TC program reserve balance. So going into the month of May, we had about a $27.6 million balance in the program reserve. The 3 amendments that are drawing on the program reserve, that's the maintenance program, maintenance apprenticeship funding, the JOA funding, and the HPTE loan, reduced that balance by about $7.4 million. And then the payback from the Region 2 project increases it by about $19.5 million. So you're ending the month after approval of this amendment with a balance of approximately $40 million. So I will stop there. That is all
Jeff,
I have on the
Jeff,
presentation.
yeah. Okay,
And I'll
good.
take
There's a
some
couple of questions I didn't want you to get too far down the road here. Commissioner Gifford wants to know, when the loan to HPT is repaid, will those funds go back to the TC program reserve? And then Commissioner Adams has a question.
Sure. The answer to that is yes. The funds are returned to the program reserve as loan is repaid.
Commissioner Adams.
Okay, Jeff, I'm not familiar with the HPTE finance agreement, equipment finance agreement. It makes sense for the reasons you described. Can you just tell me what are the broad terms of that agreement? I mean, is there a max on it? Is there certain time? Do they pay a rate on it? I mean, what are the terms and the T's and C's of it?
The terms are the commission approved that agreement. That is actually a relatively new agreement. I want to say that it was approved a little bit over a year ago by the commission. It does stipulate an interest rate. It is the interest rate is the same rate that we have in place at the time for the state infrastructure bank. Currently, that is basically at the minimum, which is 2%. But the terms of that agreement stipulate that HPTE does pay the prevailing SIB interest rate, and I believe the repayment term is a 5-year term. Although I believe that is a, I'll have to go back and double check that. I believe that's a maximum, but I think it also, the repayment can and often does happen more quickly than that, depending on the rate at which toll collections come in and HPTE is able to repay.
And what's the max on what's the lid on it? How much can they borrow? Just again, just educational, just so that I understand it.
The tolling equipment finance agreement itself does not stipulate a maximum. Instead, the commission is asked on individual corridors to approve that loan, a loan at a corridor level, but it does not stipulate, for example, that a maximum amount that can be loaned.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you.
I don't see any other questions for you, Jeff.
Madam Chair, Bill Tebow with one final thought here. Jeff, the FTEs, can you tell us, are they built into the budget? And if so, how are they paid for? I know they're coming out of the program reserve initially, but if they're built into the budget, is that some administrative funding that will go to them, or how are we going to continue the funding?
No, very, very good question. So in the case of the maintenance patrol, the new JOA maintenance patrol, the ongoing costs, part of that was upfront equipment costs, but the ongoing costs are about 1.1 million a year in personal services and about 500,000 in operations. So that is a total of about 1.6 million. Right now, you are only addressing, in that case, the fiscal year 22 portion of that program. What we will do, we will be building the fiscal year 23 budget later this summer. What we will do in the case of the fiscal year 23 budget is we will take the amount previously approved at a planning level. As you may or may not remember, you approve a couple of years in advance, actually, planning budgets for the asset management and maintenance programs. And then provided that funds are available, we essentially carry those planned amounts forward in the actual budget. So in the case of fiscal year 23, we will take the previously planned fiscal year 23 maintenance budget, include that, and we will increase it by 1.6 million. And then you will essentially approve that subsequently with each individual budget approval. So that will be the mechanism by which we're essentially able to continue this going forward. We will simply build it into the maintenance budget with each subsequent year. In the case of the maintenance apprenticeship program, we're taking a slightly different approach. This is a smaller cost. I think as Christy articulated, it's actually a total of $1 million over several years. And we are simply funding up front the entire program for the duration. And I think we'll see at the end of the currently planned period if that program is successful. If we want to continue it, then we will revisit the funding need at that point in time.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Stanton.
Thank you, Jeff, for a good brief. As you look towards fiscal year 22, inflation is raising its ugly head, 4% increase, I think, in the last year. I'm concerned about maintenance, fuel, things that are going to cost more, the steel to make the snowplow that John Lermay wants to buy. Have you got something factored in there to help us with the inflation increase?
Yeah, excellent comment. And, I will give you the general answer. The general answer is no, in the sense that we have not had the funding historically to essentially fix, say, our asset management program and our maintenance program to the rate of inflation and to grow it each year. We do go through a process where we essentially look at the funds available for those programs, and then we set a planning budget, typically a few years in advance, that then we bring forward. And as I indicated, assuming revenues are sufficient, we build those amounts into the budget. There are years when we may determine that there's additional funds available or additional need in that particular year, where the commission then chooses to supplement the budget. But we do not have an automatic inflationary increase associated with that. I think that is, we've been doing a lot of work, and I think Rebecca White's talked to you about this in recent workshops, looking at different ways that we can plan and develop the asset management and maintenance budgets. And I think in the case of maintenance in particular, you know, we have been looking at different ideas about how we can set that differently. I would love to see us do something like get to more of a fixed base amount that then we grow at the rate of inflation, but that has not been the approach historically, in large part because we just simply haven't had the ongoing funding available to grow all of our programs at the rate of inflation.
I would just respectfully say, let's be prudent and conservative. The next couple of years, we're probably going to have to face the inflation situation. Thank you.
This is Kathy. Along with that line of questioning, Don, you've hit a good point. We do know that inflation is going up pretty rapidly and probably will through this next year. Jeff, do you know how much in this new transportation bill that's coming forward, is there enough of an allowance? Are you aware of in that new bill for the ongoing rise in cost for maintenance that we're going to be incurring? Because maintenance is one of the key things for what we do at CDOT.
So let me so I guess the way I would probably answer that is, you know, within the funds that would come to us as a department, if that funding package passes, you know, the commission will have decisions to make regarding kind of how to allocate those funds. And I think that there's very much a strong tie to the 10-year plan, and I think an expectation that much of that goes to the 10-year plan. But you know, for example, the commission could make a decision that some of that goes to, say, supplement another program or maintenance. So I think that's a separate kind of decision that would follow in years ahead in terms of exactly how those funds are allocated. But what I can say with respect to inflation directly is that the bill itself does attempt to factor inflation in. And it does that in two ways. One is that where there are fees that are the fees themselves are essentially tied to inflation. So in many cases, they're a fixed fee amount, but that fee amount was built, designed essentially to track to forecasted inflation. So I think the you know, one of the positive aspects of if that bill is successful is the bill itself does attempt to factor inflation into the underlying revenue streams so that they would grow with inflation going forward.
Thank you. That was a great long answer.
Sorry for the long answer.
No, you did a great job, and it's pretty hard to know, but I just am concerned about the maintenance as we go forward in this bill. There's lots of great ideas and lots of things toward greenhouse gas, but the actual maintenance of, you know, the presentation from John Lorme, I think is so excellent. I'm really happy to see a way of, you know, how we're going to manage that very difficult part of highway in Colorado. But again, those inflation issues with hiring of people and all of that are going to have a big effect. So thank you. You gave a great answer, and as much as we'll possibly know now, obviously. Thank you.
You bet.
Anything else from you, Jeff?
So one other item, and I don't have a presentation, but I wanted to just call your attention to the budget supplement this month and just check in to see if there were any questions. This month's budget supplement is a little more lengthy than is typical. There is one supplement item that is fairly straightforward related to a budget increase on a bridge project. There is another portion of the supplement that I think you're fairly familiar with from last month, which is basically just approving the allocation of the fiscal year 22 Innovative Mobility Program to the sort of the programmatic buckets that Kay walked you through last month. The piece in particular I wanted to point out to you, though, is that we have a number of Senate Bill 267 projects included in the supplement. This is consistent with what the Regions and Rebecca White presented to you yesterday. So to kind of remind you, the commission all the way back in November of 2019 approved essentially the full year 2, 3, and 4 project list. And so what we have done is that each time we kind of come around to a subsequent issuance of Senate Bill 267, we update that project list, working with our stakeholders to reflect, changes in project cost estimates, changes in project readiness, changes in priority, and then we ask the commission to approve those changes from that original approval action via the budget supplement. So you'll see a long list of project level 267 changes, and I just wanted to draw your attention to that and point out that that is completely consistent with what was presented to you last month. It is just simply formalizing what our changes from the original approval about 18 months ago now. So wanted to point that out. If there are any questions on any of those, I or the RTDs could probably address those now. Otherwise, I'll be back and ask you to approve tomorrow.
Madam Chair, Bill Tebow.
What page is that on, Jeff? Do you know what page that's on?
It is, let me see here. Now I'm gonna have to get there. I was on the different, bear with me a second. Jennifer, do you have the page number handy?
It's 279 to 281.
Thank you.
I have that written down. Thank you. Commissioner Tebow.
Yes, I do have a question, and I'm sorry, I wasn't sure we were going to talk about this today, but Jeff, I'm trying to, and perhaps Rebecca White would like to weigh in on this too, but I'm trying to reconcile, specifically in Region 2, the chart that was given out last month with the adjustments that are made in the budget supplement. And I noticed that not all of the projects, the highway and transit projects and rural paving projects are addressed. We may have addressed them in the past, and I may just forget, but for example, I'm getting a couple of questions from interested parties in Southern Colorado about the I-25 Pueblo Freeway, New Pueblo Freeway. It was listed at $12 million of capital, and I think that was more for pre-construction, if I'm not mistaken. And then the Lamar Main Street, $13 million. And I just don't recall that we have approved either of those, and they're not on this list. And I'm sure they'll be on a subsequent list if they're not on any list so far. But I just wanted to confirm that we're kind of approaching it piecemeal and not basically saying that what we approve in the supplement tomorrow is the extent of the projects that were offered, but approved, and nothing else would be approved. I don't know if I'm making much sense to you here, but
no, you are making sense, and I'm actually thinking to your exact line of questioning that when we do this in the future, I may ask that we show this a little bit differently, because it is confusing. What is shown here is not everything, because many of the projects that were presented to you last month were included in the original approval resolution by the commission, and neither the project or the dollar amount changed. As such, there's no subsequent approval action needed. So the only thing you are seeing here is basically where we have had changes. So for example, if you look at Region 2, Raton Pass, the commission had already, through a prior action, approved $2 million in Senate Bill 267 funding. When we came back to you in April, we were proposing that instead be $3 million. So you're essentially approving that $1 million increase. But you are correct that if you look at this by itself and you're expecting to see everything from the year 3 project list, it's only showing what's changed. So I may the next time we do this, I may change that and just show all the projects together. And you'll be able to see which projects aren't changing and are simply standing on their prior approval.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. And I thought that's kind of what was going on, but I'm wondering if either you or Rebecca could at least help me with the two projects that I mentioned, the I-25 New Pueblo Freeway, pre-construction dollars, 12 million, and that Lamar Main Street project for 13 million. I want to just be sure we either did it or we haven't done it and we're going to do it, or just what, so that I know how to respond to these inquiries. Thank you.
Absolutely. I will double check that for you and get you that information.
Appreciate it. Thanks again.
Yeah, Commissioner, thank you.
Commissioner Brackey?
Great, thanks. That last conversation was helpful for me because it would be helpful for me to see the whole thing too, rather than just the increment of change. And then I think at our prior meeting, Rebecca mentioned that we'd be seeing an updated version of the 10-year list of projects that would show like kind of a status of like where they are in the list, how much is funded through years, 1 through 3, what's the remainder, so that again we could kind of track them more holistically. And again, that may not need to happen through this budget piece now, but maybe that's something we could see next time, is just because we're seeing these all in pieces, and it would be helpful to see it all together.
Commissioner, if I can, super good point. I think this has been really helpful for Jeff and I to see how to present to you all the full story. And this is great. We'll do that for future meetings. We're still haven't quite finalized that new revised list I showed you, but we are close. Just making sure I've got all the transit projects captured. But I think it's just an excellent suggestion that we'll use that going forward.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you.
And Jeff, on Region 1 and Region, let's see, 4 and 5, for years 5 through 10, there's pre-construction new. It's just called out as a lump sum. Can you remind me what the pre-construction items are?
Sure, and I might ask that if Paul is with us, if he wants to detail that. The short answer to that is that Region 1, that what remains on its project list, its year 1 through 4 list, are really just a couple of large projects, Floyd Hill and 270. And they have, the next wave of projects basically fall in that year 5 through 10, but they're not going to be ready to go with any subsequent funding that becomes available without a fairly significant investment in pre-construction dollars. And so that is where they chose to put a portion of their $267. I'm not sure if Paul or Rebecca want to chime in and maybe speak a little more specifically to the projects that are anticipated for those particular funds.
Even if you could tell me where to find that specificity, that would be great, because it's not just Region 1, it's Region 1 and Region 4 and 5 both have some money allocated to that category.
Yeah, Commissioner, I believe Paul Jositis is out in the field. So like with Heather Paddock, I will grab you the list that I have in another document and put it in the chat box if that works.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, thank you.
I don't know that it's set in stone for Region 1, but they did provide last month a list of what they are looking at advancing with those pre-construction dollars. So at least we'll give you a sense.
That's great. Thank you. Let's see. Region 5 is working on projects. 10-year plan. Region 4 is State Highway 71 US 385 and State Highway 119. Okay. Anybody else have comments for Jeff? All right. I don't see any. Is that your portion completed, Jeff?
That is it. Thank you for the feedback. That's exactly why I wanted to spend a little time on the supplement today. So thank you, and we'll see you tomorrow.
That sounds great. So it looks like we're at the part of the agenda today that finishes us out with the Small Business and Diversity Committee. And Commissioner Hall, you're the chair of that committee, so I'm turning over the rest of the meeting to you. Want to remind everybody that we have breakfast tomorrow at 8, and unfortunately you have to bring your own breakfast. And then we're going to have lunch at 11 with the Rail Commission, but you also have to bring your own lunch. So just wanted to remind you of that. All right.
You haven't figured out a drone to deliver a little cup of wine for each of us for lunch?
No, I have tried to figure out how I could DoorDash all of you, but I just don't know how to do it. And so, sorry, I've failed miserably.
It would be really fun to DoorDash for Barbara.
It would.
We'd have quite a trip, wouldn't we?
Barbara. Yeah. All right.
That's
Thanks.
why I suggested a drone.
Okay, then I will open the meeting of the Small Business and Diversity Committee. The members of that committee are Commissioner Adams, Beatty, Stanton, Vasquez, and Hickey, but all of you are welcome to sit in on this committee with us. We have some really interesting, gosh, it was so fun to go back through and read the minutes. We had our last meeting in September with Greg, and it was just a really good meeting. And as I was going back through the minutes, it was kind of exciting. And then, as you know, we opened the rules for that. And so, Greg, are you there? Where are you? Are you here with us?
I am here.
There
Can
you
hear
are.
me?
Take it away, because it was a great meeting, and I think we need to approve the minutes.
Yes.
Yeah. So if we could, we will. If any of the members would like to make a motion to approve the minutes of September 2020.
I'd like to make that motion to approve the minutes.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner
I'll
Adams.
second it.
And Commissioner Vasquez is a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Opposed, same sign. Any abstentions? It passes unanimously. Okay, Greg, we're ready for you. Lots of things to tell us today.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. Welcome to Commissioner Hickey. I think you're a new member to the committee, and it is called the Small Business and Diversity Committee. Today's agenda is pretty heavy on the small business topic, but just kind of a overarching comment. My team and part of what we tackle in this committee is larger than just small business. We've had some good discussions around workforce development. So my team works closely with Christy. I know you guys had a good discussion with her earlier today. My team tends to approach this from the external lens, working with contractors, apprenticeship, and workforce development from that angle, while Christy focuses on the internal. We also do a lot with ADA and non-discrimination law, but small business is a big part of what we do. So just to kind of give you, the newer members, a bit of an overview, as we're going to do a deeper dive on our small business programs today. So Emily helps me with that, and she's running the slide deck. So Emily, let's go to that next slide and just kind of give an overview of what we're going to tackle. Yeah, thank you. So CDOT is responsible for 2 small business programs. And sometimes this can feel a little bit like alphabet soup, trying to keep these straight. There is a federal program that is outlined, it's codified in federal regulation called the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program, and that is really laid out by the United States Department of Transportation. CDOT is a recipient of those funds, basically in a stewardship responsibility implements that program. There are some upcoming decision items tied to that program that we're going to set the stage for. So that's the DBE federal program. And then the second program, and this is what Commissioner Hall was alluding to, is the Emerging Small Business Program. It's outlined in Colorado state statute, and it falls under the purview of the commission. So a big part of what we talked about last September was my team and I, we did a SWOT analysis, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats, looking at what's working well with that program and where we've got some opportunities and weaknesses that we want to address, which led to our request to open up those rules and to get the commission's approval. And so we'll recap that here in a second, some of the key points just by way of review, but that's a state program. And the intent is that those two programs are complementary. And that's actually part of what we are trying to get into better alignment, is how can we get those two programs to work a little bit more cohesively. So I'll get into that in a little bit. And then the second piece is we are going to reset our DBE goal, and I'll set the stage for that. There's a federal process that we need to follow for that, and we're just getting started, and I want to set the stage for that later this summer. So those are the main topics for today. So something that's I'm relearning as I've been through this process before is the rulemaking process is much more of a marathon than it is a sprint. We're finally through that, and I'll show you on the next slide where we're at. But what led into that was that SWOT analysis. So we looked at what is working specifically with the Emerging Small Business Program. A lot of things that are working right now are tied to our professional services side of the house. We've got a really good mentor protege program working, partnering with our industry partners like ACEC and others. We're about 4 or 5 years into that program, and we're seeing some good fruit. But the weaknesses are on the construction side. And I'll show you some data here in a few slides. We're not generating a lot of participation on the construction side. I think we did kind of a root cause analysis, and we discovered that we really need another size level within the program to help us with that. So I'll show you what led to that decision, which led into the opportunity to really, if we can introduce that additional size standard, it opens up our playbook with respect to the Emerging Small Business Program. I'll go back to something I think you said in the summer, Commissioner Adams, that a small business program they're always predominantly a role for subcontracting opportunities, but you don't want the whole program to be positioned to just, and I think the phrase you used was kind of scraps from the table, right? Like it should be balanced where there's opportunities to get prime contracts. And right now, part of what we're seeing is a chance to improve that balance. But as we introduce that larger size standard in the Emerging Small Business Program, we also had to keep an eye on the first two levels that are smaller and not create kind of, you want to tailor the programmatic incentives so you don't have larger fish coming down and gobbling up opportunities or benefits that really weren't meant for them. And that was actually part of the feedback we heard from industry. So I will, as I go through this, point you to, I think it's page 227 in your packet. There's a little bit more detail as I go through this, kind of rounding out some of that feedback we got from industry, and a little bit more detail on the timeline as well with this rulemaking, which I think the next slide goes into, Emily. So here's an overview of the rulemaking process. So coming out of that SWOT analysis, recognizing that we are struggling getting specifically prime contracting, using the ESB program to create the competition and the prime contracting that we'd like to see a little bit more on the construction side. We opened that up in September. We did a lot of stakeholder engagement even prior to September. We listed some of those industry associations that we work with. CCA, that is the Prime Contractor Association that is typically known under AGC nationally. Hispanic Contractors, and then COMTO, I'd just give that a plug. I know Commissioner Adams, I was fortunate enough to attend a presentation you did with that organization. It's great to have our commissioners engaged in that. I didn't know if there was something you wanted to highlight from that, but I was in attendance there. That's a group we work with, and it's great to have our commissioners relate to that as well. So then after the getting that stakeholder engagement, we held a formal rulemaking meeting in March, and coming out of that, we had some additional comments. We've been able to circle back with some of the stakeholders, and now there's a resolution in your packets for tomorrow. I believe it's number 6, basically approving the changes that we are recommending to the ESB program. And again, the most substantive change is that addition of a larger size standard, which I'll talk about a little bit more. But that's the timeline, and that's where we're at. So trying to set the stage for that resolution for tomorrow.
Which, by the way, that's number 11 on your agenda for tomorrow, but it's resolution number 6.
Okay, thank you. So when you look at what the program, the ESB program was, just looking at size standards, prior to this change, that size standard called the SBE level, it's really an ESB level 3. We called it a small business enterprise because that's what is kind of industry standard. Most state DOTs have an SBE level, and they have it at the level exactly paralleling that federal DBE program that I talked about, so that as you do things to open up opportunities for small businesses to bid as a prime, you're benefiting DBEs in a way that the DBE program, it talks about generating prime participation, but most of the mechanisms in the DBE program are really geared towards subcontracting. And that's where we need the ESB program to play more of a complementary role. And this was a gap that we identified, that if we don't have size standards in the ESB program that parallel the size standards of the DBE program, then we're really limited in what we can do at the prime level. We've always had that level 1 and level 2 in place, and there were some things working. Those size standards tended to work a little bit better on the professional services. But when you get into construction and bonding and insurance and the barriers to entry there, it really means us being able to target a larger small business size, if I can use those terms, so that we can catch some DBEs in that net and have that impact that we're looking to have. So that's the size standard of the SBE that we're introducing. It exactly parallels the federal standard. And when we talk about size, the size standards are driven, wherever you look, it's driven by the Small Business Administration. Even the United States Department of Transportation connects what they mean by small to the SBA, the Small Business Administration. Next slide. And this is in your memo, some of this regulatory language. If you look at page 2, I think it's 227 near the bottom of that memo, you can see why was the ESB program established in the first place. It's definitely meant to be complementary to the DBE program. The DBE program is even listed as part of that. But it's really meant to drive additional competition. And it's also meant to, with that competition, we hope that leads to more competitive prices at the bid table that benefit Colorado taxpayers. I mean, that's the gist of it. And so a lot of the changes and that introduction of that SBE level were to bring that, I think, more in alignment. Looking at what's to come, if you look at the meeting minutes from last time, Commissioner Hall and other commissioners, we were kind of pitching some ideas that we've seen working in other states that really are programmatic benefits. We were talking about a bid incentive tied to the construction side of the house. We've got an ongoing conversation with that, but we saw, based on the level of detail that we needed to get into with the rules, it was enough to focus on, we need to get the SBE size standard in the program and then partner with industry and internally to look at how do we want to use that. So the rulemaking is really putting that additional tool in our toolbox. The next step is to really work with our stakeholders on what's the best way to do that and ensure that we're not doing that in a vacuum. So that's the next step coming out of this rulemaking process. Just a good reminder, that kind of middle column there, we do have a small business policy directive with the commission. And really the intent of that is, what if we didn't have a DBE program? What if there wasn't a federal mandate? Something that we brought in front of the commission a couple of years ago is working with small businesses and prioritizing these things is just a good way to do business. And so with a fully rounded out toolbox in the ESB program, we're really looking at how can we better impact construction contracts, but we're also doing more and more alternative delivery contracts. And with that additional size standard, does that open up our playbook a little bit more when we start doing maybe more medium-sized design build contracts, CMGC, those kind of contracts? So that's an upcoming conversation. And then my team has recently implemented a new cloud-based tracking software in the last 4 or 5 years, and really getting better at and maturing our ability to track KPIs and looking at just overall metrics so that we can keep a finger on the pulse of what's working and what's not. So why don't I stop there before it's not really switching gears, but it's talking about the DBE program, and it does interrelate, but I'd like to kind of just put a pause on that and look at the ESB program. We're recommending one additional size standard. There's more detail in your packet on page 227 talking about some of the comments. That's the real crux of the resolution for tomorrow, is that introduction of that third level. So I want before I
Does anyone
go ahead.
have any questions or comments you'd like to make at this time before we move on? Hearing none, I guess not. We can move on. Okay.
Okay, thanks. I can get on a roll and I'll fire hose you if I don't watch that. So
well, that's
wanted to gut check that. Okay. So the federal program, the best analogy that I can make is in the DBE program outlined by USDOT, they've identified an aspirational goal at the national level. But in order to have what they call a narrowly tailored program, and this is to have a program that you could defend in court, because this is an affirmative action program, you need to narrowly tailor the program to basically your state or your market area, which is Colorado. And what they do is every 3 years, there's a very prescribed methodology by USDOT where you look at what does your program look like for the next 3 years? What kind of contracting opportunities do you foresee? And then you basically make a forecast based on the availability of DBEs that do that kind of work compared to all of the other firms in totality that do that kind of work. And then you basically tailor your program to look at those opportunities and that availability. And that analysis leads to there's an overall goal that is set for the state. We do this on a triannual basis. And each year we're trying, that's our target. We're trying to hit that overall goal. And I'll talk a little bit more about the mechanisms for that, but that process happens every 3 years. We're kicking it off again. So it's a lot of data analysis. It's a lot of stakeholder engagement. And at the end of that process later this summer, we will bring a resolution in front of this committee and then in front of the commission itself to support that so that you're aware of it. And then it goes to federal highways. So it's a goal tied to the funds that we get from federal highway, what anticipated DBE goal that we anticipate hitting. Here's an overview. Last 7 or 8 years, we've hit that overall DBE goal every year but one. You can see in 2017 that our actual participation, that's the red bar, dropped below what our overall goal was. It was in that area. When we set the goal, we're anticipating getting a percentage of our participation with DBEs actually getting prime contracts. The lion's share, the heavy lifting is typically done by contract goals. So when CDOT advertises a federally funded, FHWA funded contract, it'll be advertised with a DBE goal that is set in the regions. Those goals that are set at the contract level are actually meant to serve a supplemental role. The philosophy behind this is we want to get as much participation organically as possible. So if DBEs can get prime contracts, if DBEs can get subcontracts where there isn't a goal or above the goal, that's the premium level of participation. And that's what this next slide is getting into.
Greg, may I ask one question before you?
Yes, please.
Because we live in a state that has grown so rapidly as our census indicates, so much so that we're getting a new congressional district. What I'd love to see is I'd love to see the absolute numbers on that same schedule that you just presented. I mean, you did it by percentages, but I'd love to see how our dollars, and I assume because of the way the percentages would work, that if I were looking at the size of the amounts that CDOT's spending, that number has also grown as well in terms of absolute dollars, so that 10 or 12% of what was there in 2013 versus 12 or 13% of what we're talking about in 2020, for example, would be considerably more given the growth rate in the state. But I may be mistaken about that because in actuality, CDOT's budget may not have grown. I don't know which way it would be, but I'd love to see the data. You know, whenever you have a chance, you guys have a chance to put it together. I just love to see it.
I think that's a great request. And let's see if I can, let me know if I don't answer your question. We look at the census data when it comes to businesses to establish the availability. And you're right, that definitely is a growing dynamic when you're talking census, even with the businesses. When it comes to keep in mind that the pie that we're talking about establishing a goal on is just the funding that we're receiving from federal highways. And that is relatively consistent in any given federal fiscal year. And I'm happy to bring the detailed reports. I think that's a great request.
Yeah, and that's what I was thinking, that even though we might feel that we're in this really robust kind of state and growth-wise and otherwise, the amount of money that CDOT actually has gotten of the pool may not look like the general impression we might have from the state. So for my education, I'd just love to see, you know, at some point, and it's not something someone needs to do a big detailed kind of thing. If they want to just grab it at the 50,000 foot level and just kind of ballpark it, that would be sufficient for my purposes.
Yeah, and I've got that in the minutes, Commissioner, and part of our stewardship is providing those reports to Federal Highway.
All right. Okay, thank you.
So thank you.
And that kind of is the point, is that, that our budgets haven't grown like the population has. So.
Yeah, it's been pretty steady when you look at the amount of Federal Highway. Now, stimulus money, if we get additional federal stimulus money, that can have a big impact. Yeah,
that'll change it.
Commissioner Hall, could I pose a question as well?
Sure.
I'm wondering if it might be interesting to see the number of contracts and subcontracts in addition to the actual dollars, to see how widely spread the program is.
And if we have time, if you're interested, I may be able to pull that up at the end of I've got those reports on my computer. So
I think that would be cool. Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. No, thank you. Any other questions before I move forward? Doesn't look like it. But I think just in general, the purpose of that last slide is I think a lot of people, where they are familiar with the DB program, is it's kind of like an iceberg, and you just see this little bit of the iceberg kind of poking up out of the water, and they see those contract goals that are tied to contracts that the regions are advertising. But what's kind of hidden under the surface is what are we doing programmatically to drive prime contracting opportunities, small business, whether it's DB or ESB participation, that is not being driven by those contract goals. That's a programmatic effort. It's something my team keeps an eye on. But most people, when they think about the DB program, they kind of just think about that piece that kind of pokes up out of the water in terms of those contract goals. But it's really just the tip of the iceberg. And those contract goals are really meant to be kind of a supplemental kind of plan B. You make up the difference towards that overall goal that you're not getting with those top three more organic ways of getting participation. So the gist is you're trying to get as much participation without using contract goals as possible.
Did you all see Steve Harrelson's comment? He said there was a huge hit of flood money in the 2013 to 2016 period that Commissioner Adams has referred to, but RAMP was going on about the same time. We're essentially flat right now compared to that time frame, which is
we've been spending $800 or $900 million a year pretty much since 2014 because of RAMP and the flood recovery money.
Thank you, Steve.
Thanks, boss. I think of all of the slides today, this one really gets to kind of the root cause analysis. It's looking at the DBE program participation, but it really is what led to some of the things we're trying to do in a complementary role with the ESB program. So you can see that the the line I really want to focus on is that yellow participation bar. That represents how much DBE participation, so firms that are certified in the DBE program, the US DOT program, how well are they able to go and just on their own merits, toe-to-toe on a construction contract that is low bid and get the prime contract. Historically, we've always had a little bit of a balance there. We've had a good, healthy representation of at least a few firms that are positioned to get those contracts as primes. So in 2013, you can see that over the last 7 or 8 years, that yellow bar has actually slid out of existence. We have a little bit of prime participation so far, or in 2020, and a couple 100,000 this year through the first 6 months of this federal fiscal year. But what we've got right now is, yes, we're able to meet our DBE goal, but we're meeting it almost 100% with subcontracting participation. And that's what the DBE program is good at. It's actually, frankly, what we're good at. We're good at setting contract goals. Our region civil rights offices that are responsible for the compliance angle of this are very good at managing the compliance, making sure our prime contractors hit those contract goals. But a healthy so that's good. CDOT can meet its overall goals, but it's out of balance. And a healthy program has at least some prime contractors being developed in that pool. And even if you can get, even if it's 1 or 2, 3 prime contracts, modest amounts, 3 to 5 million each, that lessens your reliance and the pressure you're placing on subcontract goals. And it just makes for a more balanced, effective program. And so when we saw, it's really that yellow bar as you see the amount of participation our prime DBs have been getting, that's a weakness, and it's also an opportunity. So this goes back to that SBE level that I was talking about that we're introducing in the ESB program, is we can do things through the ESB program that we're not allowed to do in the DBE program. We can restrict contracts to just ESBs. You can't do that with the DBE program. And so if we can do some things on the ESB side that can catch even just a handful of DBE primes that are also certified as ESBs, we can impact this number and get that yellow bar back to a healthier level where we don't just have a purely subcontracting program. That's kind of the cleanest way I know how to describe why we're chasing that SBE level as well.
Is it kind of part of the problem is, as we talked about, and I think we've talked about it before, is part of the problem is the ability to get the bonding. Isn't that part of the difficulty? It's really good to see the red line on the subcontractors, which hopefully always leads to them being able to build up to be a prime. But that is part of the issue, isn't it not? Is to try to have
absolutely
contractors that can actually get the kind of loans and bonding that's necessary to hit that. But it is good to see. It's good to see the subcontracts are way up, which is good. I mean, it gives us.
Yeah, we're very good at generating subcontracting participation. But to your point, Commissioner Hall, the barriers to entry for prime contracting are that's a different ballgame. It's a different investment in equipment. Totally. The other side effect that happens when you have a program that just relies on subcontracting is there's only so many subcontractors. Yes, we're hitting our goal, but it tends to create kind of, where do you see the lowest barriers to entry in the subcontracting area? It's typically around traffic control, trucking, and we get a lion's share of our construction subcontracting participation there. But the overall, that kind of goes to that balance, right? The whole point of the DB program is not to have a super community of trucking and traffic control, and it doesn't mean those shouldn't be largely represented, but we're trying to get more breadth of participation, and we're also trying to create a pipeline where primes can participate, prime DBEs.
Right.
Okay, that's a key slide that goes back to even why we're chasing the SBE level as well. So next slide, Emily. One thing I'll indicate, we're getting ready to publish the methodology, the actual show our math about how we're calculating that DBE goal. Our current overall, you saw that the overall goal tends to hover anywhere between 10 to 12%. That's just kind of what the data has shown over the last frankly, 2 decades. Our goal right now is 11.55% on federal highway funding. And we just kind of, the numbers that we're looking at they'll go public for public comment here in the next few weeks are right around the same. It's 11.65. So it's kind of independently, 2 separate analysis. We keep kind of hovering in.
Hey, Greg, just for my information, you use the term federal fund. What is it? What is the number on total that CDOT spends? What's the percentage on that total?
Let me see if there's a way I can tag team. I want to pull up that report for you. Can you? That's that same report.
We don't need it. I don't need it today. Just okay. If you can help me with it later, because when I'm attacked by people out, and I use the word, I'm a transportation commissioner, and it sometimes is like literally like January the 6th. Sometimes I feel like, people climbing all over me. But the truth is, I'm not really okay with wordsmithing it so it sounds like we're doing well. I just like to understand if all of us are putting dollars into the same pot from all over the state, then people have a reasonable right to say, if I'm doing business in the state and I'm a contractor and I'm competing whether it's laying pavement or I'm doing other things, I should have a reasonable right to expect that the people who feel like me are getting a fair share of the pie. That's not an unreasonable request. So it's not about what the federal government is mandating. It's just about what's fair and reasonable from an equity standpoint across the board to me. So the question is are we talking about a 10% pie that these folks should legitimately look at, or is it a 5% pie? And if it really is 5%, I don't have a problem with 5%, but I don't want to say 10%, and only because I'm really just talking about federal. That's just my dilemma. I just don't understand what is the reasonable response if I'm asked.
And to that point, part of the purpose of this process of setting the goal is to be as transparent with how we're setting it as possible, and to really be clear about which pies are we talking about, which pies are we not. So we'll be presenting in July more detail around that, the DBE goal that we'll be submitting to USDOT. There'll be a resolution in July that we'll be presenting, and then that new overall goal goes into effect August of this. It'll be submitted to USDOT, and then it becomes effective for the next federal fiscal year. It'll kick in next October. And then that's those reports I'm talking about that we submit to Federal Highway. That's what we're gauged against. Next slide, Emily. So just kind of a recap is tomorrow, the ESB, the proposed resolution to adopt the changes that we're recommending. We're looking for your support for that. A lot of partnering and working with industry associations about the best way to really leverage the ESB program, particularly that new size standard, the SBE level. And then the July conversation around the federal DBE program and that goal mechanism that's coming into play. I think that's our last.
Okay, did you
our last slide.
Comment?
Commissioner Adams, maybe to circle back a little better on your question. I don't know if it's. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, go back to Emily put in the chat box. Did you see that? Okay.
Yep.
Okay, and Steve Harrelson has a comment.
Yes, Commissioner Adams, I just wanted to point out, and you may be aware of this, I don't know. The vast majority of our projects, even that include state funding, if there's a single dollar of federal funding, we have to do the DBE goal. So the DBE goal is not just on federal dollars, it's on any project that has a single federal dollar. So if we have a $50 million project that is $10 million state and $40 million federal, the goal is both on the federal portion and the state portion. And it's a very rare exception that we have a non-federally participating project at CDOT. I mean,
No, that makes absolute good sense to me that would be the case. And therefore the 10 or 11% just would be across the entirety of what we spend. So that makes sense to me.
Yeah,
I have no problems with that.
That, can you hear me?
No, that makes sense to me.
I seem to be having a little bit of an internet connection issue. Can you hear me okay, Commissioner Hall?
Yeah, I can. There's somebody has some other noise in there from somewhere.
Okay.
There's some noise coming from somewhere. So go ahead. Greg.
Okay, I kind of, to that point, Commissioner Adams, what drives whether there's a contract goal on a particular contract, like Steve's talking about, is one dime of federal money will trigger that. But in terms of what FHWA is tracking and that overall goal, it is applied only to federal highway dollars. That is the size of the pie, and that does cause a lot of confusion. When I go out and I'm doing outreach and I'm talking to small businesses, we get firms that are, they don't see the color of money. They don't see, well, why does this contract have a DBE goal on it and this one doesn't? And for our stewardship and that 10, whatever that overall goal ends up being, 11.55 or whatever, it's reported against just the federal highway dollars that we get in totality in a given year. That's how it's tracked.
And let me just also say, because I don't want to be perceived as just caring about this from one perspective. So let me just share a perspective. I care about Coloradans and Coloradans getting a fair break in terms of whatever we're spending in our state, so that part of the dilemma, and I love the notion from our past conversations about the focus on small business, and small business being equated to a wide variety of different businesses that will look like the colorful Colorado we are and the gender-based Colorado we are, so that people of all persuasions are having an equal opportunity to participate, so that the money we spend in Colorado on our roads and our bridges and the other things we do, those dollars aren't flighting to Nebraska and to other places, but they are largely staying within our state, and we're building capacity. And this was why I was okay with the ESB changes. They're building capacity so that people will become more able to compete as primes down the road. So it is important to me to see people win who are small business enterprises. And I assume sometimes they're going to be women-led, sometimes they're going to be Hispanic-led, sometimes they're going to be Native American, sometimes they may even be African-American-led, and they certainly could be white-led too. So it doesn't matter to me, as long as in the end, whether it's 5 years or 10 years down the road, we see more people winning who live in our state. And that seems to me to be the ultimate thing we should all be striving for, because those dollars just flow back into our own community and we all collectively benefit from that result. So that's really where my heart is. When I talk about what we're doing for small business and what we're doing for people who are running what you might describe as DBE enterprises, but that really covers the broad gamut. So I'm not preaching for any one group other than the small group and a group of Coloradans. And because we don't have massive Colorado companies that are in the construction business, we frequently have to go outside of state for people to do the work. And they tend to hire our people as subs because that's the rule, but then no one learns enough to become competitors for them down the road. So that's the objective from my standpoint.
Okay, Steve Harrelson has a comment. Steve, would you like to comment?
Yes, Commissioner Adams, there's a little bit of irony in what you're talking about, because if we have a completely state-funded project, we can provide preferences to Colorado based businesses, but if there's a single federal dollar, the feds won't let us. It has to be a national field. So, and as I said a minute ago, a pure Colorado funded project is unusual. There's usually some federal portion. So that it's federal regulations that forbid us from doing Colorado bid preferences, but we can do them on state funded projects.
You know, it's interesting, Steve. You know, when I lived in Atlanta back in the 90s, and we were this backwards little southern state, and I remember working with people like Andy Young and Maynard and a bunch of other people when they were the mayors of the respective states. And we started this in 1985 and what have you. And today, you know, there really are very large companies that are capable of competing as primes today. And they had the same kind of limitations on what they were allowed to do as well. And somehow people seem to, 30 years later, but it doesn't start overnight. It doesn't happen overnight. It happens over a very long period of time. And in Georgia, even as backwards in certain respects as they might be or perceived to be, they've managed to build some pretty substantial companies that compete in this industry and win big contracts as primes. I don't know how they do it, but somehow they've managed to figure out a way to get it done.
Well, we've got a couple of nationally ranked firms. Ames and Flatiron are both, you know, they work all over, certainly the West. So it's.
I'm not trying to be difficult about it. I'm just trying to, you know, when people catch me and I'm out now that COVID's behind us, I just know they're going to be pressing me for my involvement, particularly after I got on that Compto program, and they were talking about, and we had the senator and we had the representative, and they were talking about all the great dollars that were going to be spent in the state of Colorado based on the new business. And all those people were expecting that somehow they were going to get a chance to participate.
Okay, gotcha. Other comments from anyone else on the committee that have something to add? I was looking here. You know, that's part of the reason we've had this committee, and I think it's and this program for quite some time, and I think they've done some pretty good work on this. And I don't ever do, you know, as a county commissioner, the one thing that never worked was many times as a Mesa County commissioner, people wanted us to just only take contracts from Mesa County people. Well, that's not a very successful program, because when you just take just contracts from just Coloradans, you have set it to that, you're gonna get contracts that are not the most economically feasible. So those are kind of a tough kind of thing. So is there anything else that you would like to add to this, Greg?
No, I actually think Commissioner Adams, what you highlighted in terms of like those having what I would call a balanced program where it's not just subcontracting, where you do have an opportunity, you have some kind of pipeline of small businesses that can be primes. I think your comments, I think, perfectly outline why we're chasing what we're doing through the ESB program. We are constrained with what we can do on the DBE side, but your comments are particularly on point to why we thought an SBE level is so necessary, so that we can do more things with intention, because we need to be able to do that.
Well, let me, Ian, I know Commissioner Hall doesn't want me to drag this on, but let me just thank you, first of all, Greg, and thank you, Emily, for all that you're doing on this. This is not easy. This is not an easy task when the pie is only of a certain size and there are lots of people who want to be a part of it. And I've been a really big guy in a big company, and I know how greedy and how much of the pie I wanted when I was in those positions. And I know how many resources I had to try and go after it. So I just think that if someone doesn't stand up for the people who can't, then they'll always be the red on that chart, and they'll always be in the subcategory, and we won't see them as yellow unless people like me who are in this position are speaking up for them.
Okay, so we're opening so we have this resolution tomorrow, and that
Correct.
is to adopt a modified rules. And do you want to talk about the modified rules that are that you want to talk about, Greg?
Yeah, I mean, that was the gist of the first part of this presentation of why the previous rules really constrained our ability to develop small businesses that can act as primes, because they were cut off at about half the size of the federal DBE. And so the change that the commission would be approving tomorrow that we're recommending is to actually introduce a third level. It's the SBE level that would be parallel to the DBE program, so that when we introduce things like whether it's restricted contracts or other mechanisms, if it was a bid preference or whatever that looks like, that DBEs would actually be able to benefit from that and not be sized out if they're higher than the ESP program. As we do that, though, we need to make sure we're also protecting those smaller ponds that are really meant for the more emerging. So it's threading the needle, but we need to introduce, it needs to be in our toolbox. And that was what tomorrow is about, is just introducing that third level into the toolbox.
Right. Which hopefully will help a lot. I mean, it should be helpful. So I hope it will. Any comments from anybody else on anybody else?
This is Barbara. Greg, following the back and forth between you and Commissioner Adams and Steve Harrelson, I'm wondering, can you quantify how many dollars or how many projects end up not having federal dollars attached to where you could exclude non-Coloradan applicants?
Let me see if I can restate your question. Can we quantify how many contracts would not have federal funding so that we could then do a restricted contract just for ESBs? Is that
Thank you. Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
So,
thank you.
and this is, Steve is right about introduction of like in-state versus out-of-state preference. But even with federal dollars, we can and we have restricted contracts to just ESBs. That doesn't necessarily, we can't say only Colorado firms can be ESBs, but a healthy percentage of our ESB directory is Colorado firms. It's not a national, we can't keep out-of-state firms out of it, but our intention is to be more thoughtful and get a little more aggressive with restricted contracts. And we can restrict contracts even if they have federal dollars to an ESB size standard. We just can't do it based on a geographic preference. We can't do it to a certain function.
Okay, thank you.
Good answer. Yeah, that was good. That was a good comment. That was a good question. Thank you. And a good answer.
It's a good comment. Good question.
Really good question. Okay. Anything else from anybody? And everyone's gone through the resolution tomorrow for, it's a resolution number 6, but it's number 11 on our agenda for the day. So any other questions from anybody? Greg, anything else you want to add?
No, I appreciate the dialogue. This is good. Good programs don't happen in a vacuum, and we're really trying to be, trying to thread the needle, and this is a healthy dialogue, and we appreciate it.
Well, the thing that I like so much is I think it's been really good to bring forward your particular, the Business and Diversity Committee. I'm really glad to bring that forward. I know when I first came on the commission, we didn't hear very much from you. You were doing a lot in the I-70 corridor. And so it's really good to have this much more conversation about it and more attention to bringing in small businesses. So appreciate all that. Appreciate all of the comments from everyone.
Thank
If
you.
not, we will, Steve Harrelson, anything you want to add before we adjourn? Maybe we lost him.
No, you didn't lose me. I couldn't find my mouse on my screen to unmute. No, I think it's been a good conversation. And I was going to point out about trying to find the number of contracts that are Colorado bid only. I can try to sic somebody on that problem, but I'm guessing it's a handful out of, we do 100, 120 projects a year, and I would be surprised if it's more than 10,
But Steve, we're sensitive to the fact that your folks have other things to do. So if it's easy to do, that's great. If it's going to spin a bunch of wheels, may not be worth it.
Now I'm almost curious. I want to see if my guess is right. If it's 10 or if it's 12. It's certainly not 50. So
some of those contracts would be like our wildlife, our wildlife fencing and stuff. Are those some of the contracts that are maybe just?
Yeah, it's generally the smaller ones, which are not going to get,
The
you know,
wildlife.
the Kiewits aren't going to bid on a $800,000 wildlife fence project. Or,
Yeah, but I do know those are mostly Colorado, at least the ones that I've watched are all Colorado, but they're pretty small, so. Sure, okay, if there's nothing else, we'll adjourn and see everyone at 8 o'clock in the morning, okay?
all right, thanks everybody.
Thank you.